Alrighty.
You didn't see that.
Did they see that? I don't know. I don't care. Hey, listen, people, welcome. All right. Time for another episode of Weather is Coming.
Of Eastern Texas severe weather. Because it feels like this is a deja vu experience.
Yeah, before I even go to the radar, let's just take a look at the outlook today. I mean, I feel like this is the same boat.
Look familiar.
This is deja vu, realistically. And especially since
Sherman, Ardmore, Sulphur Springs, Longview, Mineola, Corsicana. Sound familiar, folks?
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Absolutely.
Another day, another risk for northeastern or north central Texas and southern Oklahoma. So with that being said, this is not any of the previous events that we have done. This is March 16th. Okay.
I was gonna say it is March 16th.
This is March 16th.
It's not February 26, 2023. We're showing you basketball prior to the start of the stream.
No. All right. I promise you that this is not a re-upload. Okay. We have an enhanced risk for severe weather. It is localized once again. Southern Oklahoma into southeastern Oklahoma, north central into northeastern Texas, and then the extreme, and I mean extreme portions of southwestern Arkansas. All right. Now, we do have a tornado watch that is in effect right now until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. All right. So if you guys see this giant red box right here, if you are in this red box, you should watch out for tornadoes today. That does include the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, all right? So if you are in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, or if you know anyone who lives in those areas, I would just go ahead and let them know, hey, you got some shenanigans that are going to be moving through your area. Just be weather aware, all right? But I think the real thing that's going to occur here across the board, we're going to see some very large hail, all right? We've already seen a storm produce golf ball-sized hail, even west of the actual tornado watch over in Frederick, Oklahoma. And those same style of thunderstorms that'll be able to produce those large hail amounts and upwards of golf ball, even baseball sized hail, will be moving further and further east. And that will be mainly within the areas here of this massive orange risk. So if you're in the orange, realize that you could probably see all sorts of different weather hazards across the board within that area, as Morgan absolutely looks like he's losing his mind.
KDYX, please.
KDYX. All right, well, let us go ahead and move over to KDYX. Under Morgan's word, we do have a storm that radar seems to be kind of losing its mind over.
Definitely not producing 3-inch hail.
Yeah, the radar here that we have, the automated radar, is saying that this is producing 3-inch size hail within this area. The more realistic number is an inch. That's what, for people who are wondering all the time, all right? And I'll take a look at chat here because I know we got donations in the chat, so I'll shout you guys out here in a second. The reason why we have these giant loopy little circles and stuff like that change from gray to blue to pink and stuff like that, this kind of gives us a bit of a reality check as to what we could potentially be seeing within that area. It shows us a bunch of different environmental factors. It also tells us how many lightning strikes there are in the area, which can help us get a general idea as to if a storm is strong or not, how much energy there is, wind shear, even, just the small minuscule stuff. That helps us out a lot with getting a general idea. And one of those things is maximum expected hail size. So this here says 1-inch size hail, but the radar in itself, my radar is picking up 3-inch size hail, which, if that's true, all right, all I gotta say is that's a lot of hail. Don't be impaled.
That's a lot of hail. Don't get impaled.
Yeah. Get indoors if you can. Stay away from windows by any stretch of the imagination. And just for reference here, these storms that are forming over here near Breckenridge, all right, so this is central to northeastern Stevens County, heading off into northern Palo Pinto counties, as well as southeastern Young County, and then approaching Jack County eventually in Texas. You guys are going to be getting your stuff, all right? So Palo Pinto, Jack, Young County, all of you guys over there, you guys need to watch out for the next, I would say, half an hour and see how this storm develops. Once those storms pass by, you guys should be good. There might be another wave that'll try to form behind it, but you guys should be good. Let's see. So let's go back over here. Let's go back over to the outlook here for you all. And I talked about the orange area. I want to expand to the yellow area here real quickly. So the orange is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. That's the main area of concern here for today, in my honest opinion. So if you're in this orange, you need to watch out. This yellow area here, note how expansive it is, all right? Now, a lot of it is going to be pretty balanced across the board for what we may see. So, for instance, down here in San Antonio and Del Rio, large hailers, all right? Del Rio magic is definitely possible here within that. Over here in Arkansas, Oklahoma, heading off into northern Louisiana, a lot of strong damaging winds is possible. Maybe even the chance for a tornado is possible as well. And then over here near Lufkin and northern Houston, all right? Probably not as much Houston, all right? I actually don't think that'll be the case as much, but it'll be this Lufkin, Tyler, Longview, Shreveport area over here. Localized tornado risk is also possible within your general vicinity over there as well. So make a note of that. There could potentially be storms over there, even outside of the orange, and that could potentially be severe. All right, let's get into shouting out the people in the chat. Michael with the 2, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. It says, found money in Andrew's room, giving it to you. My gosh. There it is. The more things
change, the more they stay the same.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Fishing with Big Mike with a 5 says thank you. Says thanks for what you do. Thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. And then Andrew with the 2 says he did find it in my room. So sources say that is true. I really do appreciate both of you guys. Thank you so much.
Before you keep going, I don't know if you've touched on this, but in between Duncan and Marlow is where a severe thunderstorm with possible golf ball, ping pong ball sized hail is heading at this point in time. So if you guys are in the Oil City area, just south of Central High, that's on State Route 7, and approaching the intersection of United States Route 81, north of Comanche and south of Marlow, you guys need to be considering what you guys are going to do once this storm with large hail approaches your area. You got about 15-20 minutes until that becomes the case. At least for Duncan and Marlow, you've got about 10 until you get into it in Oil City. So bear that in mind if you guys are in those areas. That's a lot of hail.
Yep.
A lot.
That is a lot of hail. I wish we could make larger borders for these cities, because I understand it is a little blurry, but I promise you that this font is as large as I can get it for you all. So just, you know, it'll have to work. It'll have to work. But yeah, we're talking Oil City right here. We're talking Duncan. We're talking Empire City. If you are in those areas right there, I would even say areas north of Empire City, along Highway 81. If you know anyone along Highway 81, from Sunray up to Marlow. Exactly what Morgan said. And I just want to go on record in saying this as well. This was the same exact storm that went through Frederick, Oklahoma. All right, it already produced golf ball-sized hail over there. We just got a report north of Geronimo. Golf ball-sized hail as well. So this storm's still dumping large amounts of hail.
Yeah. We've got to be taking this seriously.
Right.
Got to be taking this seriously. Especially because Duncan, a lot of residents, particularly on the north side of town. So regardless of whether or not this hits either city dead on, there's residents that trail south. And then, you know, people that just live along the highway in between on 81. People live there. So you do need to be taking this into account. You do not want to be outside when the storm comes through.
Right.
Go with me.
And there are quite a few people that live in Duncan. I'll take the radar off for you guys to kind of see. It's pretty populous, especially for this area of Oklahoma. I mean, the next closest area is Lawton, and Lawton's a large place. But, you know, if you look around at the other towns that are nearby in, you know, next to Duncan, not really any other large ones, once again, besides Lawton. So this is a populous area. If you know anyone that lives in Duncan, I would tell them to get indoors and please stay away from windows. I can't tell you how many times I've seen golf ball sized hail absolutely shred windows. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen them do dents to cars and windshields and even break them sometimes. So this is for the people ahead of time. All right. This is for these storms that are going to be moving on through. You have a little bit of time. All right. Don't try to freak out and stuff like that and think, oh, well, it's the end of the world. I'm stuck in my car. I can't get off the side of the road. I can't get into a sturdy building. You have time. If you're in Duncan, you have time. 15 minutes worth of your time is all you need for you to find a sturdy building. Mobile homes will not do it either. All right, I'm telling you right now, if you're in a mobile home here today, if you're watching this live from a mobile home, you need to find a sturdy structure if you are in the areas that we have called for. All right. And just for reference as to what those areas are, and once again, that's southern Oklahoma, that's north central to northeastern Texas, maybe even into central Texas and eastern Texas, as well as portions of northern Louisiana and southwestern Arkansas. All right, so that's just a reminder right there as to what we're talking about here today. If you're in a mobile home, please, please, please find a sturdy building and just ride these storms out. Once the storms pass, boom, you can go back. You can go back to your mobile home. You'll be fine. There's not really much else that's going to be associated with this storm besides maybe some strong damaging winds and upwards of 20 to 25 miles per hour as a gust. But other than that, it should be pretty fine. So just please be sure, if you haven't already, heed those warnings. All right. Patty with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. Once again, thank you. From OKC to Guthrie, you guys, honestly, I think you guys are even done. I think you guys are not really in the risk anymore. We're paying over here to OKC and Guthrie. Right here's OKC. Right here's OKC. Right there's Guthrie. And the main thing here, all right, and this is going to be the one thing that we're all going to want to watch out for the severe weather event. You guys see this massive line here? This massive line of thunderstorms? That massive line is the cold front. And you guys might be wondering, well, usually that's not how severe weather works. You don't usually get a cold front on the northern portion of your low. You know, if you got severe weather over here, all right, and we're expecting a dry line to form over here, usually this is a warm front, right? Except what's interesting about this event is that we had this massive low that is up over in the northern plains heading off into the Great Lakes right now that has created this massive lagging cold front. And we have a surface low that's forming on the southern portion of the cold front, which has created our little dry line. So the cold front is kind of like a warm front, but it's not at the same time once the storms get caught up in it. So if you guys are trying to figure out if there's any warm front truthers here today, there aren't going to be any warm front truthers here today. That's it's not going to be really that big of a thing here. We don't really have a warm front. We have an open warm sector. All right, we have an area to where a lot of moisture is channeled into this environment, but we do not have a real warm front. All right, so the one thing to note is that as this moves on through, and we'll put the radar back up, all right, you can see as this cold front moves on through, it will continue to head further and further southeast. What's really going to be our tornado risk is the storms that form out in front of the cold front, such as the storms that form on the dry line or storms that even form out in front of the dry line. So if those storms on the dry line end up becoming discrete, and they don't undergo a lot of mergers with each other, meaning storms don't run into each other again and again, you will get large hail. You will get strong damaging winds. And there is the potential, at least a couple hours from now, for there to be a couple tornadoes and maybe one strong one. But it will all depend upon how quickly this cold front advances. So Weather's complex that way, all right? It's weird, it's wacky, but I'll tell you what, even though this is, you know, the same exact risk area that we have been talking about over and over again for the majority of our severe weather events, this is a different style of event. This is its own different complex version of weather being put onto a map and being able to actually, you know, come together and form a severe weather event. It's its own unique event. And that's the reason why, to me, I always think meteorology is so interesting, because you just have so many different things every single day. They may be
Layers
in the
to
same
it.
areas, but
There's different layers to it, like different things that you need to consider on
right,
not a day-to-day basis, but an event-to-event basis.
right. Speaking of new things to consider, new mesoscale discussion for College Station. Watch issuance 40%. Said isolated strong storms are possible this afternoon across parts of eastern Texas. Hail will be the primary hazard, but a conditional tornado threat is also apparent. Trends will be monitored for possible watch issuance this afternoon. So watch out for Lufkin, because that's probably going to be downstream if they do issue a tornado watch. It'll be extreme eastern Texas near Lufkin, Longview, and Tyler. So that'd be something to watch.
Find it very amusing that the Selbeck by Breckenridge that's doing the big hail stuff, which it may actually legitimately be doing,
Right.
is in a marginal risk. So it also now is picking up some discrete rotational features. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
So chat, can I direct you to an example real quickly? If we look at this here, all right, back to our radar, localized radar in Frederick, and we're going to use Frederick and Oklahoma City, and then we'll go to Breckenridge, as Morgan was talking about. Remember, we have that giant line that's moving on through, but look at what it is right now compared to what it was before. So this is your significant storm that went through Frederick that produced the damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning. You guys kind of see how the cold front is kind of a little bit behind the storm here, right? Whereas if we go forward in time, you can see the cold front is now a little bit more aligned with the storm. So the cold front caught up to this supercell over here that's approaching Duncan. And that's also the reason why the hail is starting to go down a bit, because the cold front's hitting it. Now everything is just flatlining, because you've got, instead of
downdrafting.
Huh?
Downdrafting,
Yeah.
probably.
It's just downdrafting. You know, all the winds that made this storm such a strong hailer is now completely went offline because
Shooting down to the surface.
Right.
Because the amount of warm air at the surface fell off a cliff.
Right.
So the storm has nothing to sort of hold itself up in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
The updraft has no more. So put it this way, the temperature difference from this part of the storm to this part of the storm is not as steep as it once was. If you've ever heard Nate and myself talk about lapse rates ever, that's what we're referring to. When the cold front passes, the lapse rates go down because the surface temperatures associated with the surface cold front fall off. Hence the word cold front. So the warm updraft air that holds the storm up is no longer present. Therefore, the storm collapses. It's a new severe thunderstorm warning for areas south of Lawton, Geronimo, by the way, on I-35.
Yeah.
I-44, excuse me, not 35, 44.
Well, and the other thing I want to introduce here real quickly, all right? So, now this one might be a little bit more complex, but if you hear me out, it'll be pretty great. The storm is moving kind of east-northeast, right, chat? That's the storm motion for right now. When you have a storm that favors hail, you want very weak to even non-existent low-level shear. We're talking winds from 0 to 1, maybe even 3 kilometers if you wanted to get that high up. But you want very weak low-level shear, all right? That way, when the updraft is present in the storm, the rain or the moisture that comes from the bottom part of the storm just goes straight up. And that moisture keeps stockpiling in that same spot right there, and it continues to build larger and larger hailstones, right? Well, when you have wind shear as strong as 20 to 25 knots, which is about 25 to 30 miles per hour from this cold front, which is what we clearly see over here in Lawton, especially northerly shear, so winds coming from the north, going to the south, that is going to kind of deplete a lot of your hail produce, your hail potential, I should say, not hail producing, hail potential within that storm, because now that mode is not favorable for it. So that's kind of the reason why this storm is kind of weakened a little bit as it's approaching Duncan. This thing still has a severe thunderstorm warning, and of course I still believe that it should be severe thunderstorm warned, but it's just something interesting to note that, hey, this is going to be something that we're going to see a lot over and over and over again. And speaking of that, a new outlook has been issued here for today's event, and you're not going to believe it, Morgan.
They really 10 sig when they issued a 50-20 watch?
No, they downgraded it to a 5.
Yep. I don't know if I agree with that, but nah. I suppose we'll see. I
guess their confidence is just not there in it. There's just so many different things on the dry line.
And speaking of, I would like you to refer to that cell that's east of Breckenridge. Got some rotation at this point, as well as the probably golf ball sized hail falling at this point.
Yeah, let's go to Breckenridge here.
Got a really impressive 3D shot of it too.
Oh, and look at that. It's already got a little bit of a supercellular structure to it.
Yeah. Go 3D, it definitely has a supercellular structure to it.
Yeah, let's go 3D. I'll 3D and then I will take a slice, because I really want to start taking more slices. Slicing, let's put it this way, with GR2, 3Ds are cool and all, but slices are really the way to figure out how, what storms are doing.
Storm character.
Right.
Storm activity.
Here is our severe thunderstorm warning that is northeast of Breckenridge, approaching the Grafford, the Perrin, and the Jacksboro area. So this is Palo Pinto County. This is Jacks County that it's currently approaching. And you can see this thing's got pretty nice structure. But it too is something very interesting. Has something that's very interesting and very similar to what is happening up north. So you guys remember how I was talking about the updraft? If you have very weak low-level shear, that the rain and the winds, or I should say the rain and the moisture, that goes inside the inflow notch, which we'll talk about here in a second, just goes straight up the updraft. Right there is your updraft. And usually when you have a tornadic updraft, it's a little bit more tilted. It's a lot more tilted, actually. And that's because of the wind shear aloft that's actually pushing the updraft that way. But in this instance, it's only slightly tilted. It's kind of pretty much up and down for the most part. And so you have your moisture, which gets pulled in just like this, and it goes straight into this little cave, which is our inflow notch. This is kind of like the mouth for the thunderstorms. It goes right in there, so moisture goes right into the inflow notch just like that. It gets sucked in by the updraft, and then it shoots straight up, just like that, up the updraft. Now, what happens is that you get a lot of your moisture, your rain, and eventually your ice that starts to form because you're so high up above, high up in the sky that it starts to freeze. The hail continues to build more and more and more until finally the updraft can't hold it anymore. The hailstone's too heavy, and it just goes blop right back down. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here with this storm for the most part. It's not entirely tornadic at the moment, albeit there is some tornadic rotation with it aloft, but it's actually even at the surface. There even is some rotation at the surface, which is very interesting. That actually is very interesting now that I think about it. So yeah, there is definitely something right there, but it just goes to show you that there is a lot of very similar characteristics within all of these storms that are present within this environment here today. So Swelch with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. It says, important work, great job, buddy. I enjoy watching all your streams a lot. Well, thank you so much for coming out. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Yeah, I don't think we'll get 8-inch hail today. I don't think we will. It's not, we don't have large enough lapse rates for that, nor do we have the complete favorable environment for that, so I would say no. Let's go back over to Frederick's radar because we do have a couple of thunderstorms that are moving on through. They are now near the Frederick area that has already seen some storm activity earlier. And this is something interesting here that I wanted to point out because I mentioned that large hail can actually shatter windows. Here's a report of wind-driven hail that broke out numerous windows over in Frederick. That right there, that's a big example. When I say golf ball-sized hail, all right, if a storm has golf ball-sized hail, that's what you need to start thinking of. That hail falling at an angle, being pushed into the side of the house, and if it hits that window, you already know the window's going to break, all right? Because if you can imagine, you know, someone shooting a golf ball, you know, swinging at a golf ball, and hitting it straight into a pane of glass, same exact thing can happen, all right? So, please be sure. Please be sure. Do me a favor. If you're in a severe thunderstorm warning and it has a damage threat considerable tag, all right, which we do have 2 of those at the moment, you need to get into a sturdy structure. Stay away from windows as much as possible.
Are you kidding me?
What are you kidding about? There's a lot
Thank
of
you,
things.
Duncan. That thing's trying to, I don't want to say wrap up, but it doesn't look like a blob like it did 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, kind of right about that. It's looking up 4,000 feet.
It actually has some upper level rotation. That's
5,000.
interesting.
Yeah, it does have some rotation.
The low level shear is so weak,
right,
that I don't think really much is going to come from it, but
got a lot of southwesterlies too, which is just not all too conducive.
Not good. Not favorable for that.
To be fair though as well, that's kind of what we got across the board as well.
What? Have you seen Frederick's photograph as of late?
Frederick's what? Vertical wind profile?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
They're all backwards across Oklahoma right now.
Yeah, I mean, that cold front's just pushing on through. It is driving it. I watched a video last night about the sun having increased activity this week and heating the upper atmosphere yesterday. How's it affecting the storms I am seeing today? Believe it or not too much. Because especially since the models thought it was going to be a lot warmer than it was supposed to be here today. It's not. So, even with the models and what they say. Excuse me. Hold up. Timeout. Report from Spotter Network from Jessica Moore.
Nate Snyder.
South of Duncan.
3-second timeout.
Brief 30-second ground circulation under rapidly rotating wall cloud.
And it begins, ladies and gentlemen.
Anyways,
I'm going on to Spotter Network's Twitter to retweet that.
There it is.
Angry.
But yeah, as I said, it really, a lot of stuff has to go into what the sun does with weather, but you gotta allow the sun to do its thing. And if you have a bunch of clouds, then it's not really going to do its thing because the sun obviously heats up the ground. It obviously, gets warmer and warmer. But if you have clouds, you don't get anything warmer than that. So it is whack. But yeah, that is a report right there. North of Comanche, there's a 30-second ground circulation under rapidly rotating wall cloud for the storm that was over in Duncan. So either that or it's the storm behind that near Empire City and Coram, which wouldn't make too much sense. But, I've seen weirder stuff happen. What do I use? This is GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst does cost a lot, but it is, in my honest opinion, the best radar product in all of radar products. But GR2 Analyst version 3 if you were to get it. So we'll see what the National Weather Service does with this information. Jessica Moore is well known in the community on Twitter. At least well known to me. So. How's Eastern North Carolina looking for tomorrow? They're fine. It's all good. That does have some pretty nice rotation with it, I will say.
It's starting to get a bit better, yeah.
I will say.
So if y'all are in Foster, start considering what you would do in the event that a tornado warning gets issued for your area where you're gonna shelter and stuff like that.
Is this storm just gonna ride the cold front?
I mean, it has no reason to do anything different at this point in time.
Man, oh man. If you guys have anything...
By the way, the storm for Grayford, east of Breckenridge, has been updated for tennis ball sized hail. 60 miles per hour wind gusts.
Wow.
Winds damage threat considerable. This will be in effect until the quarter of. So you have 7 more minutes. The quarter of. I was about to say 3, but that's not. Quarter of. By which point, though, we get another warning.
If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to at me at Nate_Snyder. I'll put the link to my Twitter account in the chat. But it's more or less just for us to try and get a general idea as to what's happening on the ground. So if you find anything, any pictures or whatnot, please be sure to send that in. Either at us or be able to send it in via direct message. Lynn with the 2, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Evelyn with the tornado tracker, welcome back. Thank you very much. And then Matthew with the 2 says Andrew's money. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Lately I've been kind of but today I've been doing all right.
Really? We're gonna get a tornado warning here. It's gonna be for these areas south of State Route 29. Oh, do you have a quick second to send me the thing to download onto GR2 for the roads?
If you can go, I'll tell you what. If you can talk about these storms for another, 2-3 minutes, I might be able to. Where would you want the radar
on? That storm in Marlow.
All right.
East of Duncan at this point.
Yeah.
So.
Frederick.
I wonder if we're getting into the point where I should be starting to use OKC.
All right. Go for it. I am going to be searching for the funny.
Appreciate it. So that storm that I've been mentioning, Nate has been mentioning on and off, that has now moved east of Duncan, is gaining some supercellular structure to it. And we talked about 20 minutes ago how we didn't think there was going to be all too much to come from this storm, considering the cold front had caught up to it and didn't look like the structure was all too impressive. Well, at this point, the storm has gotten it back together. It was gotten back to the structure that it had back near Geronimo, where it looked like it could produce a tornado back there and didn't. It has produced a weak tornado, probably and I don't even know if I would call it a land spout. It was described as a rapidly rotating wall cloud, then I think that would be counted as an actual tornado, not as much a land spout.
Gosh.
Radars both in OKC and Frederick are showing some decent rotation with it. I don't know if Nate has velocities up, but if he does, you would see the contrasting greens and reds right in the middle is be where the rotation is. Storm has decent height as well, considering it's right along the cold front. So got to be taking this seriously. If you guys are in these areas south of Bray, near Purnell and Foster, that's the intersection of State Route 76 and the intersection of State Route 29. You guys need to be taking this very seriously and considering what you would do if a tornado warning gets issued for your area, because this certainly could produce a tornado down towards y'all's vicinity. ZDR is totally useless in terms of trying to determine some updraft structure, because there is still a bunch of hail with the storm as well in the forward flank downdraft, which would be the northern portion of the supercell, northern, maybe northwestern portions of the supercell where you get your higher reflectivity values. Another interesting thing to note about this storm, about this batch of storms rather, is the cell that is going behind it, is the cell that has some fairly large hail in its own right behind it near Oil City. So we're going to have to see if that storm catches up with the supercell, and if it does, how will that impede possible tornadic development? Because if a cell merger has to take place, there may be a little bit of a cycling period that the storm needs to try and get its act back together to form tornadic structure. And it does indeed look like those storms are trying to merge. So if the storm is going to produce a tornado, it's got to do it sooner or it won't at all, probably for these areas of open country south of 29 and west of 76. Velma as well, if you guys are in those areas, you guys are in the severe thunderstorm warning, you guys need to be, if you're north of town, you guys need to be watching out for this, possibly getting into a sturdy structure on the off chance that you either get some strong damaging winds or you possibly get some large hail as well. Oh man, excuse me.
Yawn, man.
Yep, indeed.
So
behind it looks like it has a lot of large hail. Yeah.
I pinged you in Fate. Just download the zip, put it in a folder or whatever. Well, actually, you can already put it in somewhere, and should be good. So that's Poolville right there. So I kind of figured that would be the case. Poolville is like over here-ish, which that's kind of whack. So, interesting thing here that was just taken a picture of here. So this is from Jordan Hall. All right. So at Jordan Hall WX, if you guys want to go follow him, feel free to do so. Phenomenal chaser, of course. And he's looking at that storm that's approaching Mineral Wells right now, Grafford and Salesville, from Poolville, which is kind of towards the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning. And he's got a wall cloud. Look at this. Very grungy looking wall cloud here. That's at the base of the storm. So this is definitely a storm that's trying to become tornadic. It's got a little bit of ways to go, but it still has some stuff, and that is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
Purnell,
southwestern Garvin County in southern Oklahoma, northeastern Stevens County in southern Oklahoma, northwestern Carter County in southern Oklahoma.
So this is Stevens, this is Garvin, this is northern Carter County. If you're in these areas over here in Oklahoma, now's the time for you to go ahead and get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, we're talking the threat for a tornado. The threat for a tornado is possible here. And we're hoping that the warning box appears here in a second. That would be great if my radar could do such a thing. There it is. Wow.
Appeared on your screen. There you go.
It just appeared on my screen.
How am I supposed to do this?
But yeah, Garvin, Stevens, and extreme northern Carter County. This is like Tatum's, Purnell, Bray, or actually areas east of Bray along Oklahoma 29, heading towards Elmore City, and Foster. If you're over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This is also going to head towards Katy. So if you know anyone who lives in Katy, Katy, Elmore City, realistically, if you're near Foster, Elmore City, Katy, and Tatum's, you actually have a little bit of time before the storm gets to you. So you can watch to see how this thing progresses. You can also be sure to actually have a plan of action just on the off chance that this thing ends up producing a tornado. And, it's just one of those things where you'd rather be safe than sorry in this instance. Have a plan of action. Know where you need to go. If you're in a mobile home, now's the time for you to find a sturdy building. All right. If there's a gas station or a supermarket nearby, head to that and just shelter there until the storms pass on through. Or if you know a friend or a neighbor who has a sturdy building, something that's anchored to the ground, not a mobile home. Once again, we're just going to continue to reinforce the narrative that a mobile home is not safe for you to be in during a severe thunderstorm, let alone a tornadic thunderstorm. So if you're in a mobile home, especially if you are in the areas that we call out for today, you need to know where to go whenever severe weather approaches your area. So please be sure to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service if you haven't already. But yeah, the areas that are in immediate danger right now is Purnell. But the good news is with Purnell is that even though they're the closest ones to the storm, they still got about 15 minutes. They got about 15 minutes before the storm actually gets near them. So that's kind of the good news there. We got a little bit of time even up until this storm getting there. But the fact remains, all right? Heed the warning. Take it seriously. Get into your safe space if you haven't already. There's also a couple other storms that are forming across the board all over the place. This dry line right here. All right, so we mentioned that our dry line, which is over here, these are going to be where our storms are going to really form, and these ones would be our real tornadic threat. These ones would be the ones to watch. All right, these storms approaching Dallas, Fort Worth, heading off towards Ardmore and Durant, eventually further east. Those ones are going to be the ones that if there were to be something significant, those ones would be the ones to do. All right, but for right now, it is a very localized risk for severe weather and or tornadoes. And fortunately, we only have one real area that's tornadic at this moment. But just because we have this tornado warning over here in southern Oklahoma, once again, Stevens County, Garvin County, and extreme northern Carter County, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning that's over here approaching the Mineral Wells general area. This is indeed a supercell that is moving on through. You can tell this is a supercell because it's taking all the rain that is in this portion of the storm and it is wrapping around and creating a bit of a Boeing segment here. So that tells me that it is wrapping the rain and it is trying to create a little bit of a spin up right over here in this little corner. And it kind of failed to do so here. Yeah, it temporarily failed to do so. Almost looks like as if this thing ended up gusting itself out just a little bit more. We had too much rain and wind that got pulled around. And so now everything is just a lot of very strong damaging winds and large hail. But regardless, I mean, we're still talking about a strong, severe storm that's heading off towards Mineral Wells, Texas. We're talking Salesville, Texas. We're talking Grafford, Texas. We're talking areas here in Palo Pinto counties, so central and northern Palo Pinto, as well as northwestern Parker counties and southern portions of Jack County. So if you're in those areas over there in Texas, it's recommended that you guys also seek sturdy structure. Stay away from windows. We've already had reports of wind-driven hail from storms that have produced golf ball-sized hail within them that have completely knocked out windows, all right? Windows have been shattered across the board over there. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say across the board, but in some localized areas, there are some windows that were taken out because of that golf ball-sized hail. Same thing could very well happen down south. So please heed the warning if you haven't already. Let's go back to the tornado warning up north, and let's see what we can look at with this. The storm seems to be continuing to try to sustain. It's trying to sustain, all right? Is it doing a great job of it? Well, for where it's at in this environment, I would say yes. And the reason being is because this far north isn't really where you're expected to see a lot of your truly significant severe weather, but it's still trying to be tornadic here in this instance, which means even though the environment is not as strong as, you know, some of the other areas in this environment here today, it's still working with what it's got. So I would say for right now, yes. I think a true test to see if it will be able to survive and continue to be tornadic is when you start to encounter these little thunderstorms out here. All right, well, why are these little thunderstorms so important to this one giant big thunderstorm? Wouldn't it just, you know, eat it like it's a Gario if you've played that video game before? Or if it's Pac-Man, wouldn't it just eat them like the little dots or the ghosts? Well, no. Unfortunately, that's not how everything works with weather. With weather, if you get a lot of these storms that merge, we call these cell mergers. When these storms start to run into each other, they can throw everything off for a developing thunderstorm. Thunderstorms love to be so methodical with how they develop and how they sustain that anything that throws it off, you know, a difference in wind shear in a specific spot, can be detrimental to a thunderstorm. So that's going to be the true test, in my honest opinion, to kind of tell me is if this storm survives these storms down to the south that will run into the northern storm eventually, or at least I believe it will run into there eventually, then people down along the line will probably have to watch out for this as well. The storm's starting to get closer to Purnell, everyone, so now we're talking less than 15 minutes to go until this storm gets near your area. Someone's saying that News 9 has an incredible shot. I'm not sure if they got a chopper up in the sky, but Morgan, if you want to watch that, see what News 9 has in Oklahoma.
Still trying to get this road thing functioning.
Nah. Well, it's a place file, so just have it set up as a text.
Oh, it's a place file?
Yeah, it's a place file. So go to the place file manager, and then add, go hit the 3 dots.
Oh, that makes much more sense. Okay, very nice.
Sheesh.
I thought it was a shape file.
No, it's not a shape file, it's a place file. It's easier that way too. But anyways, Ashley with the tornado tracker, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you. Wow. So yeah, there was a I saw something really interesting here from someone on Twitter. There's the storm that's moving through Bellevue and Ringgold here in northern Texas. It's about to approach the border of Oklahoma and Texas here. So this is Clay County. This one attempted to become a right mover, and then it split left again. So if that thing continued to be a right mover, that one probably would have been the storm. That probably would have been one of these storms for the day. But fortunately, it wasn't. Fortunately, it wasn't. But it has led the National Weather Service in Norman to create a severe thunderstorm warning that looks very, very weird because of jurisdiction issues. So let's put it this way. These severe thunderstorm warnings are not on purpose. They don't issue these little weird polygons here just because they want to. All right. So the National Weather Service has different jurisdictions. It just so happens that there is one in Oklahoma City and the one in Dallas-Fort Worth. And Norman has jurisdiction over Clay County in Texas as well as Jefferson in Oklahoma. And Montague County over in Texas is under the jurisdiction of Fort Worth. So fun stuff, isn't it? Fun stuff. Aaron with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says, thanks for covering this. Can't afford another tornado/storm. We are relocating since our roof and water damage in the house require us to do major renovation. Wow. Well, I'm hoping that you guys are able to make it out through this one here today. Hopefully you guys will. I got confidence. I got confidence that you guys probably will. But I'm here just in case. I'm here just in case if something does happen. So thank you so much for sticking with the channel. And Chris with the 2, thank you so much. Says, Nate, can you track the storm near Mineral Wells? Yes, let me go down to the storm in Mineral Wells. This storm right here has continuously been attempting to try to form some form of rotation, but it just hasn't been able to do so. I mean, this thing has just been shooting itself in the foot over and over and over again. And because of that, it's producing a lot of large hail. I'm talking about 1.5 inches to maybe even golf ball sized hail. So the storm near Mineral Wells, Salesville, and Grafford in northeastern Palo Pinto County. Northeastern Palo Pinto and northwestern Parker County. If you're in those areas over there in Texas, it is recommended that you guys get indoors and that you guys stay away from windows. I also want to mention here real quickly, all right? Obviously, these storms are moving east, which means that at some point it will encounter some aspect of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, all right? Now, what specific area? I don't know, all right? I know that's what you guys don't want to hear, okay? But the fact of the matter is that there's just a bunch of storms that are going to try to form. I mean, you can see there's one over near Stephenville, and there's one near Dublin down here in Comanche County. All right, these storms will eventually head off into this general area. So, if you live in Dallas-Fort Worth, all right, just realize that these storms will be heading off into your general vicinity here. We're talking at about 45 minutes to an hour. 45 minutes to an hour. They can produce some large hail, maybe some strong damaging winds. Not as strong as the last storm that you guys had, but maybe some strong damaging winds. The chance for a tornado is possible, but, you know, it's not as strong as it once was. So we'll see. We'll see. But the big thing here that I'm just trying to get out to you all is that these storms are coming. So make sure you know ahead of time where you need to go if you are under a warning. We're talking severe, we're talking tornado, we're talking flash flood, all right? Make sure you have a plan of action for every little thing that happens. That way you guys know exactly what to do, all right? So, appreciate it if you guys were to do that. And if you guys know anyone who lives in Dallas-Fort Worth, let them know that this stuff is going to be heading towards their area. Once again, to what extent? Don't know right now, all right? But we'll figure it out as this continues to move on through. So I'll be with you here. Don't worry about it.
Hey.
Yep.
Any excuse to use the camera in Sherman, I'll take it.
Any excuse to use. There it is.
That's probably my favorite one yet. So
you love those cameras. There you go.
That one's good quality and can turn around. So
there's a couple of them that can turn around if you pay attention enough.
I don't have patience for
that. Tornado warning continues for Elmore City, Katy, and Foster until 3:30. So Foster and Purnell, now we're starting to get closer to your area. Now's the time, in my honest opinion, in which you guys should probably start to go ahead and start heading into a sturdy structure. We're going to move our radar over to Norman, to OKC, because it's looking a lot lower to the ground now. If we look aloft, there is still rotation with this thing aloft, but the big key word there is aloft, which means it's
not surface based.
Yes. So Will Hutton with the 11 months of becoming a weather watcher. Thank you so much. Says, does a tail inflow notch, like half moon, instead of an arc indicate low wind shear? Not always. Sometimes you also have issues with that in regards to directional shear. So, for instance, if you have your winds in the atmosphere that are all moving the same general direction, but they're accelerating with height, when storms like that try to hook around, it'll just gust out because the winds are all moving in the same direction. It's all getting pushed through, and you have no veering with height that can create circulation. Veering means winds moving at different directions with height. All right, so if you have none of that veering, you can't really get rotation. And a lot of that can also be attributed to what's happening at the surface as well. For instance, what we got here so far in Oklahoma is we have a lot of southwesterlies here along the cold front. Winds moving from the southwest to the northeast here. And this isn't really too favorable for stuff that can be at least sustainably tornadic. But if we go down here, all right, and I'm not saying this is where tornadoes are going to be, all right, but if we look at Granbury, you can see this wind barb right here. This wind barb has south-southeasterlies, so winds that are coming from the south-southeast, moving north-northwest. Stuff like that is what you would want to look for. So if you see a wind barb and you see it's got the little feathers on the side, create an arrow, that's where the wind's moving. So if you see those wind barbs on your screen, just know that's what we look for. And same thing with Decatur right here. We got a lot of southerlies right here. Got a lot of pure southerlies. So that stuff is favorable for stuff that could be tornadic here. So if we get those over here in southern Oklahoma, yeah, you're going to get your storms. They're going to be pretty gnarly too. What about Ardmore? Ardmore's got a lot of time before the storms get over into your area. But
they
yes,
are
you
one
guys,
of the spots that need to be watched, though.
100%. 100%. I agree with Morgan. You guys need to be watching out for severe weather here today.
Got another couple hours, though.
This was sent in here. This is Chad Casey. Chad Casey on Twitter. All right, so this is at WXFanaticCC. This is from Fox 4 in Dallas, Fort Worth. This is from the storm just northwest of Mineral Wells. So if you want to go follow him on Twitter, please be sure to do that if you haven't already. But take a look at this storm here real quickly. So we definitely have a lowering. And he notes that there is rotation within this lowering over there in Mineral Wells. So we'll probably have to drop back to that storm here in a bit. And as I look at it right now, I'll pause the thing and move us over to that radar. I don't know what this thing's doing. Look at it. It is not having a great time. All right. If you were to tell me that this thing was tornadic, I'll tell you, you're crazy. All right. This thing is weird. And I'll tell you why it's weird. You remember when I was talking about how this thing before had its kind of hook and its little bits of circulation, but it had a little bit of this bow right here on the southeastern side? You guys remember how I said that? Oh, you're giving me a timeout. What?
That is a new mesoscale discussion that just got issued for the tornado watch area. Threat for a few tornadoes, large hail, and damaging wind continues in the tornado watch area with the greatest short-term threat for all hazards hatched for that supercell that's down in Texas that's going along Interstate 30, I believe that is.
20.
Reading, or attempting to. A line of strong to severe storms is ongoing along the cold front, which continues to sag southeastward through central and southern Oklahoma. Embedded supercell currently located in Stevens County in 20Z has persisted through the last couple of hours and produced golf ball sized hail. Across the Red River, convective initiation is ongoing in portions of North Texas. The storm in Palo Pinto County has gradually acquired mid-level mesocyclone. And other convection initiation attempts are evident in its vicinity. Seems likely that one or two supercells will continue moving eastward through Tornado Watch 68 during the next couple of hours. As they do, they will encounter an environment increasingly supportive of all severe hazards. Brief clearing ahead of the storm should boost surface temperatures into the upper 60s to lower 70s, yielding mixed layer CAPE to 2,000 joules per kilogram. KFWS vertical wind profiles consistently shown large low-level shear and 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative velocity peaking at 250. These factors suggest that the greatest near-term threat for all severe hazards, particularly large hail and a few tornadoes, is materializing across the southern portions of Watch 68. So, southern portions include Dallas.
So Morgan has used his first time out of the day. There you go.
We have both used one at this point.
Remember when I said that this thing had its hook and then it was kind of gusting out on the southern side? Yeah, it's definitely gusting out. We look at the progression of this here, and you can kind of see that on the rear part of the storm, this pink back here forms this kind of bow. We call this a bow echo on radar because when radar sends out the beams reflect back, and they are called echoes, more or less. It's kind of echoing back, I should say. And so it turns into something like that. That right there, that is a lot of strong damaging winds that is going to approach the Garner and Cool area. So I'll tell you what, even though this thing ain't, this thing is not producing a whole lot of tornadic activity, large hail and very strong damaging winds are definitely a big threat with this one. So watch out for that, please. As Morgan just said, Dallas-Fort Worth probably needs to watch out.
Particularly the northern portions of the Metroplex at the moment, because that supercell that's going through mineral wells right now has not only a crap ton of hail, but it looks like some significant severe gusts behind it as well. So, yeah.
How is Heldon, Oklahoma looking right now? All right, you guys are, it's actually kind of interesting. So, you guys are smacked in between the cold front and the storms that are forming on the dry line. So, the short and sweet answer is, right now, you guys are looking all right. But there's a storm or two that's to your south that's going to be moving off towards your general vicinity that could potentially be severe. It's already got a severe thunderstorm warning for the extreme southwestern portions of Carter County. So we're talking like areas near Orr and Grady. But if those storms can veer off to the right, which is what I think they will do eventually, they will veer to the right and they will move a little bit more east than north. Those storms might dodge you. Yeah, that's fine. There are a couple storms that are over here towards Wichita Falls, or even Comanche, that will be heading off to your area eventually. So at some point here today, you will get severe storms, or at least I think you will get storms in general. Probably not severe. But to what extent, still to be seen. But for right now, my best guess is sub-severe to severe, maybe not anything more than that. Probably not anything more than that. Anything to worry about in Arkansas? If you are in Texarkana, then possibly. But I would say that would be for strong damaging winds more than anything. So, let me take off the radar, and it would be that. And even though there's a tornado risk here for like southwestern Arkansas, that'd be into the overnight hours as well. So, yes, if you're just tuning in, I mentioned earlier that the 10% tornado risk has been downgraded to a 5%. That does not mean, all right, I probably should actually hide Morgan's thing just for the sake of his sanity. That does not mean that the tornado risk is done and over with, all right? The National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center have mentioned that under the you know, right circumstances, there very well could be a strong tornado today. But just with what all has been happening here, you need a storm to be out by itself, and you know, there's quite a few storms right next to each other. I'm sure you have noticed. It is pretty expansive with how many showers and thunderstorms there are within this area. Eventually, there needs to be a radar over in like Lufkin or Jasper. That'd be great. If there was a radar over in like Lufkin or Crockett, a National Weather Service radar over there, or Livingston, that would make me feel so much better too. What's the biggest threat for Austin today? Not a whole lot. Hail, wind, maybe none. It'll really depend upon if you get storms in general. That's the big thing here for you all down there. Excuse me. Realistically, all right, look above me here, guys. So, right there is Oklahoma. Right here is Arkansas. Right there is Texas, all right? So, if you are in the yellow or if you are in the orange, you guys are the ones to watch out for today, all right? But if you are not in the yellow or in the orange here today, you guys are okay. Okay. So this is Oklahoma right here. This is Oklahoma. It's Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas. Those 4 states. All right. So if you see anybody in chat, they're like, hey, what's happening for, I don't know, Maine? You'll be able to say, hey, there's not really going to be severe weather over there in Maine. I would appreciate it, by the way, if you guys could. And it really does help me out a lot. If you guys could go ahead and hit that thumbs up button down below. Make sure to hit that like button. All right. I haven't said it here today once. I probably should say it more often. So that way I can try and get as many as possible. We're trying to spread this information with as many people as possible. On YouTube, at least. And the best way to do that is by hitting that thumbs up button down below. So if you haven't already, please be sure to do so. Be greatly appreciated. Yeah, this thing has performed a left split. Wow. So that storm's going one way and a supercell's going the other. It has turned right, which means this storm down here near Weatherford might start to be very interesting here in a bit. Very interesting here in a bit. What's with the pink blob? What pink blob? Like this thing right here? This just gives me a better understanding of the environment around me. So if I hover over it, it tells me what's going on. But yeah, I do appreciate everyone who helps out with the channel. So thank you so much. Yeah, this thing has performed a left split. So the storm has split. And the reason why I say it is split is because you can see all the storms were originally one giant storm right here. Okay. Fast forward. Had a lot of strong damaging winds on the southern side. But what ended up happening is the storm decided to say, you know what? Let us split and multiply. So that one goes right. This one goes left. You have one storm that continues to move east, the other one's moving northeast. And boom, we're back to square one. We have one supercell right here. And this one, not really a supercell. That one's just a left-moving thunderstorm. That one could produce some large hail further along the line, though. So that would be like Joplin and Agnes and Runaway Bay over there in Texas. But yes, now we have a storm that is starting to march on forward towards the northern portions of Fort Worth. So we're going to have to watch out for that pretty closely. Let us go back to our storm that is now just severe warned. Is the tornado warning for Elmore City. Looks like it has been canceled. Yes, it has been canceled. It says the threat has diminished and the tornado warning has been canceled. However, large hail and damaging winds remain likely, and a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for the area. And that also kind of tells me that the cold front has caught up with it. So, yeah, I'm not really too surprised with that. So, quite a few storms right there. I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the stuff near Montague, Jack County and Wise County. Those storms over there, I actually wonder, what is our environment? Oh, wow. Ooh. That's pretty whack. That's a lot of 3 Cape. That's a lot of vorticity. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of vorticity along the cold front. Duh. But I'm curious. I want to see something here real quickly, chat. I wanted to take a look. So storm relative velocity is pretty weak, at least within that area. Yeah, so realistically, the only area that you would get tornadoes would be areas just south of the cold front. Wow. That's going to be very interesting. What I mean by that here, chat, what I mean by that is when we have our storms that are moving on through, all right? And actually, I'll go over here. Sorry, Morgan, but you're going to have to endure this for a little bit. I'm just kidding. When we have our cold front right here that's moving on through, all right, this is from a separate low pressure system that has moved off towards the upper Midwest. So here's our lagging cold front that's passing about. And then we have our dry line that's on the southern side here. When this cold front starts to move down further and further south, this is going to create a lot of vorticity near and south of the cold front. So if there is a storm that rides just on the southern portion of the cold front to where it's not on the cold front, but it's riding along it, there could very well be a storm or two that could try to produce a tornado within this area. So I still do believe, as of right now, this area right here is the area to watch. I'm talking the Red River here, Ardmore, Sherman, Paris, over to Durant. All those areas over there probably should watch out. At least in the near future. So that's kind of what I got with this, with what I'm seeing here with this for the most part. Looking at our satellite imagery here, and you guys can kind of see, looking really nice for the most part. I always love looking at satellite like this. Come in.
Pork chops just wants to bring some up.
Sure. There we go. I had to mute there. Whack. Now I'm gonna die. So that's a lot of... Wow. Never mind. All right, anyways, Davis and Sulphur, enjoy. And Wynnewood. Watch out. There actually is some rotation on this that's starting to develop. Very interesting here near I-35. Let's move back over there. Yeah, I was talking to someone, you know. If they got the message to get out sooner rather than later, that would have been great, but, you know, love them too. But, yeah, that was whack. But yeah, Davis and Sulphur, enjoy. There is a supercell here. It's a sideways supercell, as I like to call it, where you can see the storms kind of sideways, and it's creating a little bit of a hook just like that. So it is sideways, but it is a supercell, and it will be heading off over towards the Davis and Sulphur area. So if you're in Davis and you're in Sulphur in Oklahoma, I'd watch out. At minimum, this is going to create a lot of strong damaging winds. It's also had a history of producing quarter-sized hail, so I'd watch out for that, but for the most part, you know, it's pretty nice, pretty whack. So this storm, yeah, quarter-sized hail over here, golf ball-sized hail in Duncan. So this is a very interesting cell that's heading towards Davis and Sulphur. I'll have to watch out for that very, very closely. I want to go back down to the storm over here near Weatherford. If you're in Weatherford, by the way, you guys need to get into your safe space right now. Because I do believe that this storm over here near Weatherford is starting to get its act together just a little bit. It is definitely starting to get its act together just a little teeny bit. So Weatherford, Willow Park, Azle, I believe that's how it's pronounced. Get indoors. Stay away from windows. There's already been 2 different reports of golf ball sized hail with this storm. Trying to pull this up here. Whack. Afternoon, Shell. Afternoon. But yeah, this thing is starting to get a little bit of rotation with it. It's had rotation actually for a good bit. But I mean, look at this here, guys. You can see the greens are starting to kind of slam in a little bit. Red's away, right in the middle. There is definitely something with this storm to watch for, and I kind of want to take a slice. I want to see if I can at least. No, I need to take it right here. And there's your mesocyclone. Wow, so there it is. Definitely little teeny bit elevated, but it is there. Yeah, it's right about there. So you can see there's your mesocyclone. Remember, all right, we've got our reds moving away and our greens moving towards. And so we've got rotation right within that area. We also have a little hint of a ZDR column. A little bit of an updraft. It isn't really too prominent though, so can't really tell too much. And we do have a little bit of a ZDR arc within this storm too. So that's very interesting. They just updated the severe thunderstorm warning. It's now extreme southern Wise County as well as central Parker County. Weatherford right now, if you're in Weatherford, Texas, you should be indoors. You honestly should be indoors and away from windows. And that right there is tennis ball sized hail in Mineral Wells. That is tennis ball sized hail in Mineral Wells. Wow. How about that for a report? Tennis ball sized hail. Goodness gracious. Well, I think that emphasizes my point here that this storm has been pretty strong, pretty severe, producing large hail, very similar to the storms up north that have been producing large hail. So regardless if this thing produces a tornado or not, you gotta get indoors. You gotta stay away from windows. If you're in a mobile home, especially if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, because this thing is heading towards Dallas-Fort Worth, we're talking in half an hour from now, at minimum. If you're in a mobile home, you need to find a sturdy structure to get to so that you can ride this storm out. Also, being on the southern side of the city, they should be fine. Southern side of Fort Worth should be all right. At least if you're south of I-20, you should be good. But if you're on the northern side of Fort Worth, you're probably going to want to watch out very closely for the storm as this moves on through. So, the immediate danger right now is areas near Weatherford and north of Weatherford, heading off towards the Willow Park and the Azle area, as well as Lake Worth. So if you're in those areas, need to watch out very closely. I do have Instagram, Spiders. I do have Instagram. I think it's Nate Snyder as well. I think it is. Let's check. I forgot. Not now. Yeah, it is Nate Snyder. There it is. Look at that. That's hockey. Coolio. But yeah. Nate Snyder there. Wow, Morgan is not back. That's great. But Nate _ Snyder. I also have a Discord for the people who may want to communicate on Discord. Because, let's be honest, I'm on Discord more than anything else. So, if people have any questions, by the way, that they want to ask me about directly on Discord, whether it's on the stream, you know, when I'm currently live, or off, that's the best place to do it. That's, you know, I will see it immediately. And I even have a Discord server. If people want to join that too, I'll put that in the chat as well. Are there more storms for Dallas-Fort Worth later too? Probably a small chance for them. Maybe not as strong as this storm that's over here near Weatherford. But yes, there are storms that are approaching Weatherford here soon, very closely. So, what kind of PC do I have? I have a, I built my own PC. So I actually have a 24-core AMD Threadripper with a 2060 or RTX 2060. I need to upgrade that, by the way. I really do. I'll upgrade it eventually, but yeah, that's what I got. Severe thunderstorm warning over here for, this is, I believe, Murray County. Yeah, so Murray County, as well as eastern Garvin County and western Pontotoc counties are still in effect. Still got some large hail with that too, so I'd watch out if you could. There seems to be a little bit of rotation on the cell near Ardmore. I know we have a camera over there. I have my live weather camera map here that I shall pull up. And that is a very interesting shot. Let me edit this here. Why? Ardmore, Oklahoma. Don't care about what it is. Very interesting shot over here, guys. Let's take a look. This is from Ardmore, Oklahoma. Ardmore, Oklahoma. And that's pretty ominous in the camera view here. I wonder if we will be able to see something, but it does look like there is some rotation aloft with this, albeit weak rotation. About 7,300 feet. I want to see if we can see it from Frederick's radar as well, and probably not. That's looking up higher. So Norman would be the best shot we have at seeing what this storm could potentially do. And then there's even a couple other storms. There's that one near Haledton, which one of our viewers currently resides over there. Yeah, there's a storm over there that is currently... Let me hide Morgan real quickly. There you go. So now we have our radar. Yeah, there's a storm that just passed right next to Haledton that just fired up here a second ago. And that's actually moving... That's actually moving east now. That's kind of a right mover. So I wonder if that could potentially be a storm to watch as well. And yes, the storm that's over near Ardmore does have some rotation with it. So that one might be something to watch. That one near Ardmore and Dixon. If that thing can start moving off to the east, yeah, we could be talking about something that could be tornadic there. Ah, perfect, spiders. Here. Let me see if I can show it. So this is from Spiders. This picture right here is from Spiders. And that was over in Haledton. Look at that. Very ominous skies for the most part. And you can see out in the background over there. Look at that. Clouds going very low to the ground over there. So that's very ominous even of itself. So that's a really nice picture. I'm really interested to see what we're going to see from the storm that's over near Ardmore. I'm not going to lie. But what I will do is I will keep the camera up there. We are actually going to make this larger. You know what we are going to do, actually? We just make that full screen right there. And we could just move it to whatever we want. We can shrink it. There we go. And boom. That will be where we will watch from. That storm that's approaching Ardmore. But yeah, this is southern Oklahoma that we're looking at. Very interesting storm. A lot of these storms over here in southern Oklahoma are actually very interesting in their own right. There's a couple other storms that are over here that are on the northern or the north central portions of Texas, heading off into southern Oklahoma that could potentially be tornadic as well. So we'll watch out for that. The main thing that I do want to talk about here, at least as an immediate threat as of this moment, is this storm that is approaching Dallas-Fort Worth. This one that's approaching Dallas-Fort Worth looks to be starting to get a very nice structure. This thing is starting to really develop. And if you are over here, once again, in Willow Park, Lake Worth, or Azle, you need to get into your safe space. This one is, as I said, pretty strong looking storm here that is at minimum produced tennis ball sized hail over in Mineral Wells, and at maximum could very well produce a tornado approaching the Fort Worth area. So if you're over, once again, Willow Park, Lake Worth, over here in Texas, you need to get into your safe space now. And
hey, Nate.
Yes.
Got a question for you.
About?
What did you pick for your tornado thing?
5 miles east of Durant.
Okay.
So yeah, Dicey, Willow Park, Castle Hill Estate, Lakeside. These areas over here, if you live in those areas over here in Texas, we're approaching the Fort Worth area, you need to get into your safe space here. Very strong storm that's moving on through.
Yeah.
And now since Morgan is back, I can turn his camera back on. There it is.
It's turning, what's a little bit concerning is the fact that it's turning a little bit more south, so it's really going to lean into Fort Worth and Dallas.
Right. So, very strong storm there. Once again, if you guys know anyone who lives in Fort Worth, now would be the time to tell them to say, hey, if, you know, you got a storm that's moving on through, make sure that, you know, you have a plan of action just on the off chance that something happens, all right? If this thing continues to produce large hail, you sure don't want to be outside, all right? It's a lot of hail, don't get impaled. Yeah. So, please be sure that if you are in Fort Worth, you need to get indoors and stay away from windows, all right? Let us take a look. This thing is moving east at 45. So, I'll tell you what we can do here, chat. If this is moving east at 45... You got
my audio on Discord, right? Not the actual Streamlabs thing?
Yes.
Cool. I can turn on noise suppression and eat my food without causing a ruckus.
Right. I will do this here for you all. I just put out a track here for people that are going to be impacted out ahead of time. But Willow Park, 5 minutes from now, you're going to get hit. So you need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. All right? Lakeside, 17 minutes. White Settlement, 19. Lake Worth, 21. Westworth Village in 22. Westover Hills in 23. Sansom Park in 23, as well as River Oaks. Saginaw, 27 minutes. Fort Worth in itself as well in 27. Blue Mountain, Melody Hills, about a half an hour to Haltom City in a little over half an hour. All you guys over there are more than likely going to be impacted by this strong storm. So if you live in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. And man, that I'm very interested to see what the
new velocity scan.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see.
That looks like it may be a B war.
It's close. It's very close. It's wrapping its left flank velocity enhancement around. It's wrapping its left flank velocity enhancement around. So that is a B-word. And for people who don't know what a B-word is, I call it a donut hole for the people who love to just, you know, simplify things. This thing, when we're talking about a supercell, has taken all the rain in the body of the storm, the rain and hail, and it is wrapping it around the hook and where the rotation would be. And the rain is wrapping around the actual rotation in itself. And so you can see in the middle of the rotation, there's not a whole lot of rain, but around the rotation, there is. So this right here is a bounded weak ecoregion, or a B word, BWER, or donut hole. And this tells me that this is a strong, severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado that is heading off towards the general vicinity of the Fort Worth Metroplex. So if you're on the western side of Fort Worth, near Willow Park, White Settlement, Lake Worth, and those areas over there near Lakeside, you need to get in your safe space right now. All right, we're talking Eastern Parker County, Western Tarrant County. If you're in those areas right now, get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic storm as possible. And I'm telling you right now, this thing could very well get a tornado warning here soon. Very well. But for right now, got to be able to get into your safe space.
Not being proactive about the situation before it happens.
Right.
Not necessarily when it's going to happen. It's you need to be ready when and if it does.
Mm-hmm.
Can't just look at this and say, oh, that's going to produce a tornado, and then wait until it produces a tornado for you to do something. No, you got to be thinking about this now. And if you're in Fort Worth and Dallas, you've got time to think about it.
This is a very interesting storm, I'll tell you what. We'll split away from Fort Worth here in a second, but as I said, if you know anyone that lives in Fort Worth, you need to tell them to get in their safe space if they haven't already. I want to go back to that storm in Ardmore.
I was going to say, I don't love how long it's taking for Fort Worth to pull. I don't love that. The lowest still takes like 5 minutes per thing.
They're probably going to need to update their radar.
Most likely.
The radar says there's rotation near Sulphur. There is maybe a little bit, but it's got a lot of strong damaging winds more than anything. And it's dealing with contamination. So
ain't at the surface.
Yeah, I'd say it's a loft. Man, when is the storm that's over near Ardmore going to come into view with our camera here in a second? Let's go back to the camera here, and I'll show you guys. You're not really missing a whole lot.
Oh, that camera.
Yes, that camera.
Sherman.
There isn't anything in Sherman yet. Let me move.
I really want there to be.
You love that camera.
That is a lot of rain. Looks like.
Yeah, it had some good rotation a few frames ago. But it was a loft, so I was just trying to see if anything would translate to the ground.
Know what? I'm curious. Wow.
Tarrant.
Okay, very interesting. This aforementioned Dallas storm is going to take a minute because, yeah, Fort Worth, Weatherford. This storm, or what was Weatherford, it's going to take a minute because whatever rotation there is displaced.
This thing.
So it will definitely take a little bit if it's gonna.
And I'll tell you what I will.
What is this doing? Clearing out its inflow notch a little bit more.
Oh, it is that is elevated as all get out, chat. I just took a slice through the storm that's going into Fort Worth. Look at that here, chat. This is the definition of an elevated thunderstorm right here. This is the definition of an elevated supercell. Look at this here, guys. You see your reds moving away, your greens moving towards, so you have rotation. But look at the surface here. There's absolutely nothing. There is absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's at like 10,000 feet. Wow, that is textbook. What lacking low-level shear does to a thunderstorm.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a better view for you if you want to take a look at the actual slice. But, I mean, you can still see the stronger rotation aloft is much more sufficient than the weaker shear at the, at the surface. That is very textbook right there. We are dealing with a hailer. We are dealing with a hailer. This thing very well, as I said, could try to produce a tornado. All right, don't get me wrong. This thing very well could. And, we do have a tornado watch in effect for this general area here to begin with. But, man, this is a, it just goes to show you don't really see those every day. An elevated storm like that having strong rotation aloft. So, pretty interesting, pretty interesting. I'll tell you what, the storm has a massive ZDR arc. This storm is going to try to be significant by any means necessary.
Okay, I think Dallas is working on their polling because I just got 20, 47, 35. That radar scan is weird. And this is elevated. Wow. Okay. Yeah, have fun.
It's got some side lobe contamination out in front of it too, which kind of sucks.
Indeed.
But yeah, there's some pretty whack elevated Yeah, look at that there, chat. You see that? Look at that rotation right there. That elevated rotation, that's pretty strong aloft. And then at the surface, you clearly see not as much. But that also tells you that this storm is going to sustain. All right? That tells you that this thing is going through all the natural processes of a thunderstorm.
100%.
So do not count this storm out by any stretch of the imagination.
And we now have also more storms firing at the south and west. So, hey, we will see what happens with the evolution of all of these.
Yeah, someone mentioned in chat they just issued a mesoscale discussion for this one lone cell over Dallas specifically. And yes, they are correct. Let's see if I can pull it up here, because that is very interesting.
Local. Okay. I don't know how you want to word this to however many.
I got it. Don't worry about it.
So
I got it.
Just let you, because I've got my words.
All right, so here you go. This is your mesoscale discussion that was issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It says, ongoing supercell in Parker County to pose very large hail and tornado threat in the next hour. So you can clearly see it is for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area. And you can even go over here, and you can see that this giant red oval right here, that's your mesoscale discussion that was issued. All right, so let's go back over here to the radar, and I will read to you guys what the Storm Prediction Center says on this storm. It says an ongoing supercell in Parker County will pose a locally greater threat for very large hail and tornadoes in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex and vicinity in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Discrete supercell is formed, and its deviant motion is moving east. So from the west to the east at 37 knots. So wow. So this thing is actually a little bit quicker than I thought it would be moving. But they did say 45 miles per hour, so I guess that was pretty accurate. So what they're saying right now is that this storm has deviated from most motions across the board. So notice this storm right here, moving into Fort Worth, is moving east. All right, it's moving due east. But the other thunderstorms that are moving out in the area are moving northeast, right? So you see how this storm has turned right? This thing is moving in a different direction from everything else. This is what we like to call bunker's right motion here. In weather. So we have a bunker's right moving storm, a right moving thunderstorm, right moving supercell that is approaching the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area. It's got strong storm relative helicity. And it looks like this thing, according to them, will be high precipitation based. They say that this will be very HP, very high precipitation based. So anyone who's storm chasing or anyone who's outside and is trying to get a view on this storm before it impacts them will not be able to see anything until it's literally right on top of you. There's a small amount of capping inversion, which I actually did note this on the NAM 3 kilometer, believe it or not. The NAM 3 kilometer mentioned that actually had the potential to inhibit this event a little bit. But for the most part, they think that this storm moving off into Fort Worth will continue to pose a large threat to large hail and damaging winds, as it is a mature, a mature thunderstorm. So Fort Worth, if you are in Fort Worth as of this moment right now, you need to get indoors. You need to get indoors, and preferably you need to stay away from windows. And I would even go as far as even saying, have a plan of action just on the off chance that something does happen. So that way you may be able to continue to stay weather aware and be safe from this thunderstorm. All right, I'm not saying that this thing is going to, be anything bad. All right, that's the last thing I want to do is, scare people and stuff like that. But it's always better safe than sorry in this instance, to where if you can be able to, react quickly and efficiently to a situation, then of course, that only enhances your chances of safety. So, those little small things is what we strive for here and what we want to continue to push off to you guys. Amy with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That really does help out a lot. And thank you for coming to the stream. It really does help us out a lot. So thank you so much for the support and the generous offer, the generous donation. So now it's heading off into Lake Worth and Saginaw. Now we're already getting reports of larger amounts of hail, definitely severe. There was already 2-inch size hail reported north of Weatherford. So this thing has already had a history of producing over golf ball size. But, this thing is going to continue to move on through. It's going to continue to be an issue. That is looking south, unfortunately. A lot of the cameras over in Fort Worth are looking south. I actually only have 2 cameras that are looking south, unfortunately. Which is kind of an issue, but, Oh well. Oh well. Sirens in Fort Worth? Yeah, probably the severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Tarrant County. And that will be in effect. It's actually Parker and Tarrant County. Until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We're not in standard anymore. We're in daylight. So, if you haven't heard us already, please be sure to get indoors. Stay away from windows. All right. And get into a sturdy structure. Get into something that's anchored to the ground, not a mobile home. So that way you guys may be able to try and be safe from the storm. That's the big thing here. We want safety. We want safety. So, if you know anyone that lives in Fort Worth, please be sure to share this information with them as well. Copy the link to the live stream. Put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or even just send a text message to them as well. As this storm is racing across. It is racing across, and it is moving off into the Fort Worth area right now. You can see the trajectory that it has taken to get to this point. Also, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. That helps us spread this out with more and more people on YouTube. So if you keep hitting that thumbs up button down below, you see new people that join the chat and stuff like that, that also helps us out a lot as well. And I forgot something of what I needed to do. So let me do this here real quickly. I really did forget this. I forgot. It's probably best if I do that before the stream, right? Probably best. By the way, it says subscribers only chat. If you just hit the subscribe button, you don't have to, stay in the lobby for like 2, 3, 5, 10 minutes. You can just chat as soon as you're subscribed. So that way there's no
basically
trolls.
Just anti-bot measures.
Right, anti-bot measures. We don't want bots that are gonna spam us and stuff like that. So, anyways, small stuff like that.
Whoa.
3-inch
hail report just came out of Weatherford.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. 3-inch hail. Three-inch hail. Wow.
What is that? Baseballs?
That's larger than baseballs. That is my playlist. Let me actually close that. There you go. 3. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Look at that there, chat. Can you speak a little bit, Morgan? I'm actually going to put up a tweet to try and spread the information my own way. It's looking at the storm, obviously, in Fort Worth.
This is curious to me because I can't tell if that part of the rear flank downdraft is starting to split off, or if it's still going to remain connected. The upper level rotation in this thing has weakened a little bit. So I'm honestly quite interested to see where it goes from here. Just take a slice of myself. Yeah, that is not as good as it was at all. So regardless of anything else, folks, it's a lot of hail don't get impaled. Particularly if you are north of I-30. If you are south of I-30, you need to watch out for some strong outflow winds, as well as the potential for a tornado if this thing manages to get its you-know-what together. I will not curse, I will not curse, I will not curse. So yeah, if you guys are in areas north of Fort Worth, that's where you need to be watching for that large hail.
Yep.
As I write RVRR in our DMs because I'm trying to use keybinds on GR2 even though I don't have the application selected. If you are south of Fort Worth, or excuse me, south of 30, watch out for those wind gusts. And keep your distance from the storm because really any part of the storm will be capable of producing some very strong wind gusts as well as
please be sure to like and retweet the post that I just put on Twitter. That way we can continue to spread this with as many people as possible. All right.
We may have an issue.
What's happening? Ooh.
That edge of the RFD may have an issue.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of looking up in tilt with it.
We'll see if this thing can wrap around fully. We've got a lot of southerlies moving into the storm. A lot of southerlies.
That is true.
So,
but the problem is that is a surface-based rotation.
Right.
So it won't take much, especially in the environment that is. Our concern really with low-level rotations is the lack of shear, but this is present. So if in future scans this continues to wrap around, we may need to be watching out for a tornado warning for those areas of I-30 north of Fort Worth and continuing to go east through Arlington, those areas. That is where this thing is headed, folks. Cannot take this lightly. Cannot take this lightly as of right now. Heading straight east, this is heading for Dallas. Later on, but this is heading for Dallas. So if you guys are out there, y'all also need to be monitoring progression of this. University Park. You guys need to be watching out for that large hail. Really, anywhere in the Metroplex is going to have some sort of risk right now. Unless you're just about south of 20. And then really the risk is a little bit less.
Right. I mean, the big thing here, guys, is that the main areas that we need to watch for right now is Dallas-Fort Worth. Dallas-Fort Worth, they're getting hit by a large storm. It's had a history of producing large hail. And this thing just continues to just, you know, expand in coverage. It continues to expand in coverage throughout the majority of these areas. So when we say, all right, your area needs to get into a sturdy structure, we're not just saying that, you know, just to say it. All right, we want you guys to be able to get indoors. We want to make sure that you guys may be able to get into a sturdy structure so that way you don't get pelted by large hail. Especially from this storm. I mean, we just mentioned earlier, this thing has had a history of producing 3-inch size hail. That's larger than baseballs over in Weatherford. So, we're talking Fort Worth. We're talking the northern portions of Fort Worth here. If you live in those areas, it is recommended, highly recommended, that you guys get indoors and you stay away from windows.
One of you look west. Come on.
I don't think it can. Unfortunately.
Eh? Nah, I need to go further north. South.
Liam sent this in on Twitter. This is from Aaron Moran from CBS News Texas. Look at this here, guys. So at Aaron Moran WX. And I mean, look at that. McKenna Niemeyer sent that to Aaron. Very large hailstone. Look at that. That is a hailstone and a half right there. That is a pretty large hailstone. And then this was over from Max Archer. So we were talking about Ardmore earlier. Ardmore, Texas, and how there was a camera over there. Max Archer, as well as a Stormquest Chasing, their group over there. So this is at Max Archer WX. Has some interesting, an interesting lowering over there in Ardmore. It's right now a cluster. I went to go check on it earlier if you guys were watching me look around the radar while Morgan was talking. There is definitely a very interesting lowering on that storm there. So, something to watch for very closely. I would also want to have him look to the right as well. There could very well be something to the right as well. But, yeah, very ominous clouds that are over there out and around him. And then look at this here. This is from Chad Casey. We saw Chad Casey earlier at Weather Fanatic CC. At WX Fanatic CC over here, Chad Casey. Lot of hail over in Mineral Wells. Watch this. This is what we want to try and avoid here, guys. We, oh yeah, look at all the people hiding under the hotel there, right there. So this is what we want to try and avoid. If you are out in the pathway of this storm here, hail like that is what'll do the biggest damage in your area. All right, so once again, Fort Worth and northern Fort Worth, if you're in those areas, you need to get indoors and you need to stay away from windows. All right, any way you possibly can to stay away from windows, do it, because this thing could very well try to produce some very large hail and potentially even something tornadic. Funnel cloud spotted by chasers on the ground.
Not impossible.
It isn't impossible. Yeah, you're right. Let's take a look. Sean said take a look at his tweet. Let's take a look. Supercell is actually moving further south than what the original bunker is right motioning to east, which means that this cell is taking advantage of more storm relative velocity than what the vertical wind profile is currently depicting. Yeah, that's true. And wow, this thing is actually starting to rotate a little bit more and more. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
A bit of a concern. Should probably pull the warning soon.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if
you are in downtown Fort Worth, if you are in Arlington, along Texas Highway 180, you need to be getting into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. It's the United States Route 80 as well, south of I-30. South of I-30, the intersection of Rosedale Street and I-35 West is probably where this thing will be heading over if there is a tornado to produce. You guys aren't in around those areas, you need to consider where your underground shelter is or interior room, stable, sturdy interior room. Because this thing is really starting to get its act together, going into downtown.
Yep.
And you definitely don't want to be taking any chances with this. This is a very significant. Look at that CDR arc, man. Goes all the way.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is a well-defined storm.
Very, very much so.
So we have to continue to emphasize this is Fort Worth. We're looking at Fort Worth, Texas here. This is approaching the Arlington area, but if you're in Fort Worth, if you're in Tarrant County here in Texas, in my honest opinion, all right, if you're in central or northern, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Someone said take a 3D. I might as well. We're that close to the radar. Might be able to tell us a little bit of something. Wow, that is a subpar inflow notch. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, the RFD hasn't really surged.
Yeah. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. But yeah, that is a subpar inflow notch. I want to see if I can take a slice. Slicing. Oh, it is surging now, though. Wow. There. Is that it, actually? Hold up. Let's swing that. It's actually now a bit more like this, where we should take a slice through. There's your mesocyclone right there, guys. That right there. It says it is...
Yeah.
It says it's a bit broad as of this moment, but at any given moment, this thing can try to rotate through. And yeah, that to me...
I don't like that.
That tells me that we very well could see a tornado here.
So I'm going to state this again on the off chance that you are tuning in just now or need a little bit more clarification. Between East Hattie Street, Pennsylvania Avenue, and I-35 West, that intersection, really that east to west line, that road, if you are north of that, in between the intersection of 280 and 280 and 35 West, United States Route 280 and 35 West, that encompasses an area of I-30 that also encompasses a large area downtown Fort Worth. You need to get inside, away from windows, in an interior room now. It's gonna be hard to tell minute by minute for us if this thing drops. You need to base your actions off the information that you are being given now. You don't have time to wait. This is right on your doorstep.
Oh, yeah.
Later down the line, Arlington, United States Route 80, which is Texas Road 180. You guys need to be getting into your safe spaces now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And I don't like that at all.
Fort Worth, there's a virtual rail fan camera that appears to be looking north. But it's looking at, like, roads. So I can't really tell what exactly is going on within this. But I'll show you guys here. This is virtual rail fan.
Oh, no.
At Fort Worth.
That's bad.
I'm not sure if that's a debris signature.
I don't think it is, but...
It's wrapping. It is wrapping.
It's wrapping, and that's what it needed to do.
Yeah.
Folks, like I said, safe space now.
That's an ouch. That's an ouch. Tornado warning. Yep, Fort Worth.
Tornado warning for southern Tarrant County in north-central Texas.
Tarrant County, Fort Worth. Get in your safe space right now.
Time to go.
Arlington.
Time to go. Interstate 30 between Arlington and Fort Worth. You got to be in your safe space now. If we are picking out a more
funnel.
Refined
There's the funnel.
area.
I see it on the traffic camera. It is not live, but that is a funnel. That is 100% a funnel.
On Hewlin?
That is, yeah, Hewlin. That right there is a big lowering.
Yeah.
That is a funnel. Yeah.
On the right side of the shot.
Yeah, that is 100%.
And that might be a debris signature. Truthfully, it's hard to say.
It's gonna be loading for me here in a second. We'll see.
Alright. You keep doing what you're doing. I'm gonna break out Omega, try and get a better idea. What's this thing moving at?
45, I believe.
30. Okay,
now it's moving at 30. Wow, that's a lot lower. That's the virtual rail fan camera right there. Yeah, that looks 100% like a funnel. If you're just tuning in here right now, this is a tornado warning with more than likely a tornado in progress. There probably could very well be a tornado here in Fort Worth right now as we are talking. All right, this is in Fort Worth. If you are in Fort Worth, you need to get in your safe space.
If you guys happen to live on Scotts Avenue, near the Century Motel, Wild Acre Brewing Company, you need to be in your
Spectrum
safe
width
space.
drop.
If you are in Handley,
or increase
really at all, which is the intersection of 820 and 35, 820 and 30. That is the particular area on that front. You need to be in your safe space. Very serious situation, folks. Very serious situation.
Wow.
If you live near Arlington Lakeside, that district, you need to be in your safe space now. Arlington, the Texas Health Arlington Memorial Hospital, you guys need to be taking your precautions there. If you're in Etterville, you need to be taking your precautions there. Again, near the interstate of 820, intersection of 820.
Real quickly, if I can intersect, there is not a tornado on the ground right now according to correlation coefficient, but I'll tell you what, that velocity scan just absolutely upticked. Like, it straight up just went.
It can go at any time.
And
it can go at any time. This is going towards downtown Fort Worth, going up Interstate 30, folks. It's about as serious as we can get it right now. If you are in Arlington, again, like I said, you have time. You need to get into your safe space now. And later down the line, like I said, those areas north of Pantego, I'll say them again. Aderville, Handley, and folks, please correct me if I'm saying these wrong, because it's very important that the interpretation of where this thing is going is correct.
Wow.
Meadowbrook Drive, that is a area it's gonna go right down. That road. Meadowbrook Drive. You need to be in your safe space, really up and down the street. That's all residents out there. Meadowbrook Drive, Normandy Road, East Lancaster Avenue, which is 180 going east into Handley.
This is once again, guys.
Hard for me to put it differently, folks.
This is a tornado warning in Fort Worth. All right. This is the easiest way to get it out. All right. Tornado warning, major metroplex over here in Tarrant County, Texas. Fort Worth. We're talking the city right next to Dallas. We're talking a tornado warning here with the potential of it producing a tornado here very soon. Very soon.
Anyone watching this happens to live near the Eastern Hills School District or happens to be in one of the schools, you guys need to be taken to your safe space now as well. Very important. Did it occlude?
It
did.
Bruh. It did occlude.
It's still a tornado warning, folks, but
I have no idea if that's hard to say. But it did occlude. It 100% did occlude. So, tornado warning, Fort Worth. If you know anyone who lives in Fort Worth, you need to get in your safe space. You need to tell them to get in their safe space. Please spread the information with as many people as possible if you can. All right, copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to spread this out with as many people as possible, because there is a real threat of life and property over here in the Fort Worth area. So please be sure, be proactive. If you're in Arlington, Arlington's a little bit further away. If you're in Arlington, All right, if you're on the east side of the Beltway on 820, you have a little bit of time. Get into a sturdy building, underground or lowest innermost part of your building on the off chance that this thing continues to be tornadic as it heads off towards the east. So Arlington and the east side of the Beltway of Fort Worth on 820 need to get in your safe space. Also, this is a little bit later on, all right, but we're talking about a half an hour before Dallas. Dallas could potentially be impacted as well. So watch out for that. But for right now, in the general vicinity of Fort Worth all the way over to Arlington, over the next 15 minutes, you guys will be impacted. You need to get into your safe space right now. Make sure to like and retweet that tweet if you guys can. That would be greatly appreciated so that we can spread this information with as many people as possible.
Reported on the ground, Andrew Dale. Had ground circulation 1 minute ago.
Yeah. Tornado on the ground, 0.5 miles east of my position with ground circulation. Yep. And then Chad Baker said there was a lowering, rotating funnel cloud. So that was numerous reports of at least a funnel cloud. Numerous reports of at least a funnel cloud. Oh. Oh, that could be it too. You know what? That, we'll see.
I don't know.
Just for speculation, I'm gonna keep it on the side here for right now.
And there's your confirmed tornado warning.
Yeah.
Located over Fort Worth, moving east at 30. So this is a Weather Spotters confirmed tornado for Tarrant County. This will be until 5 o'clock. So, folks, again, like we have said, they have shrunk the warning a little bit. Regardless, if you're in Arlington, you need to be in your safe space. You are still in the warning. If you're in Haltom City, Richard Hills, along I-30, in between Fort Worth and Arlington, safe space. Regardless. Period. End of discussion. If you're on the Beltway, between Pantego and Richland Hills, safe space. Those areas, should be very familiar with that if you're from the town. Those are the areas that need to take action now. Not later, now.
This is from Andrew Justin here, guys. This is
okay, maybe it was.
This is from Andrew Justin right here, guys.
That is one heck of a wall cloud, I'll tell you what.
At Andrew Justin WX right there. And look at that there, guys. Look at that funnel. Right there. That is a heck of a funnel cloud right there, I'll tell you what. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that in regards to viewing. You can clearly see it's right there. And that was indeed something tornadic. I mean, it did damage, according to one of the chasers down on the ground. I'm retweeting a bunch of the stuff that I see on Twitter. So if you guys want to see the stuff that I've seen already, please be sure to look at my Twitter account. You'll be able to basically catch up with all the stuff that's happened today, for the most part. This storm's still going. From the looks of it, this storm is still going, and it looks like it's actually recycling. And it is indeed recycling. Wow. We're looking at the 4-degree tilt right here. There's the old rotation right there to the left. There is a new rotation that is developing aloft. Right on top of Fort Worth, and it will probably slide in here soon, which means that eventually we could be talking about a storm that will parallel I-30 heading off towards Arlington and even Dallas. So this is going to be something really interesting to watch here. But there are two distinct rotations aloft with this there. Once again, there's the old rotation right there, and there's the new one down there. And you can see as this moves on through, the old rotation has now kind of died, whereas the new one is starting to kind of maintain a little bit. It hasn't really strengthened, but it is still definitely there. And we'll go back a couple of scans here. You can kind of see there is the old one. And as that moves off kind of the east-northeast, you can see it occluded, it turned off towards the north a little bit more, and you see there's that new one that's going to end up developing and moving along I-30 here. So something really interesting there to see aloft, especially as this storm continues to show signs of it to be tornadic. This thing still is going. It's still maintaining. It's still trucking along here. So, man, I wish we had more sky cameras over in Arlington. There was that one camera over in AT&T Stadium, but that's not up there anymore. There's not camera over there anymore. So, Arlington sky cameras. I wish there was more. I wish there was more. That is the wrong Arlington, Chief. Yeah. Wow. Now it kind of looks to me a little bit. It looks to me like it's kind of... Morgan! Look at the motion of the storm now. So remember how it was moving southeast? Like east-southeast? It's curled off to the left. It's moving east-northeast. It's actually going full bunkers right. So it's not ingesting as much storm relative flow anymore.
Yeah, that'd make more sense.
Watch this here, guys. Watch the pathway of the storm here. All right, so note, storm goes down, and now it goes up again. Down, up. You see that there, guys? See that? So right now, it is in a period of recycling to where it's kind of curling off a little bit more towards the north and east. Now, if this thing ends up getting back to its previous strength, then we still could be talking about Dallas and even southern Dallas. But right now, this thing is really, it is very deviant. This thing has got some very wicked motion with it. It is curling off to the right. It's curling off to the left. It's doing all sorts of these loop-de-loops. And at this point right here, you can't really define exactly where this thing is specifically going because this storm is just deviant in nature. It is moving all sorts of different directions here and ingesting all sorts of relative flow that is allowing it to be tornadic. So my best guess here, all right, if this thing were to continue to still be tornadic, all right, if this thing was to continue to still be tornadic, and if it were to potentially produce a tornado, then it would, instead of it moving northeast, it would go northeast a little and then curl off a little bit back down towards a due east to even an east-southeast track, all right? So, realistically, if you're along I-30 and give or take 10 miles north-south of I-30, give or take 10 miles north-south of I-30, you guys are in the crosshairs, all right?
Can't be taking a chance with this.
Now, anyone that's north or south of those 10 miles from I-30, they still need to watch, because if this thing curls off to the left majorly, if this thing becomes more of a northeast mover, then you guys are in the direct path of it. If you guys are south of I-30, and this thing continues its original track of it moving southeast, right? Then you guys are in the path of it. So realistically here, this thing has got all sorts of different directions that it can move. But right now, it's very unpredictable at this time. All right, we got to wait for it to continue to recycle. Once it recycles, we'll have an idea as to where it's going to go. All right. But right now, it is currently in the bunkers right original motion, which is moving a bit east-northeast.
May I add a note?
Go for it.
They just extended the tornado watch south. Mesoscale discussion number 295 says storms developing along the dry line may pose a severe risk in the next couple of hours. Tornado watch 68 will be extended southward. Waco, Hillsborough, Temple, Killeen. You guys are now in the tornado watch for this evening. This will be in effect until, I believe it said 8 o'clock Central, yes? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 8 o'clock Central.
So, you guys are right in the thick of this. There is a storm near San Saba that is starting to move into the watch area as well. So they may be watching that for possible tornadic development. And the storm is kind of deviating like the one that I had was.
And listen,
they move in one direction constantly.
Right. And listen, guys, I know what I just said isn't something that you guys want to hear. You guys want to know where exactly this thing is moving. All right? The fact of the matter is that that's not how weather exactly works. All right? Rarely are you able to predict a correct track. All right? With pinpoint accuracy. That's the reason why when the National Weather Service issues those tornado warnings, right? Those boxes are pretty large. They expand.
Don't issue the warning box is not as large as the tornado is. It's where they see the tornado could possibly occur. Because they cannot pinpoint a 5-mile wide corridor like this of where it's going to occur. They don't know that because storms can occlude.
Right.
Like that one just did. Goodness, what else can they do? They've gone backwards. If you don't have upper level shear in place, they can go in reverse because there's nothing written them. That's happened up in the high plains sometimes. They have stopped moving. They can turn right. They can turn left.
Yeah. I mean,
tornadoes can do anything given a parameter space. And particularly, when you've got heavy amounts of upper level shear like we do right now, you're talking about storms that, let me set up here. So you're going to talk about storms that are going to cycle and cycle and cycle and cycle.
Reorganize my radars.
I only have 2 open right now. OKC and Dallas.
Go ahead, Morgan. Keep going.
I'm just... Wow, that is a lot of hail in that Oklahoma line. So particularly with this storm, folks, what we got right now is kind of a situation where the storm is struggling to gain its legs because of the lack of low-level shear in place. So regardless of the helicity that this has, which there is plenty of, I will add, regardless of the amount of helicity this thing has, without that shear, really nothing is going to kick. And I will add, the reason that you get those random tornado days here and there in areas of the Southeast, areas of the Midwest, and areas in the Northeast is because those areas usually, not all the time, usually have higher amounts of shear. So, because of that, they've downgraded the warning. Is no longer confirmed till 5 o'clock for Central Tarrant County. Usually, storms in the Northeast and in the Midwest and in the Southeast, at least in the last 3 years, thrive off the high amounts of shear that they get because naturally where they're geographically located. So, when you have those higher amounts of shear present, that's usually when you get your more vast amounts of tornadoes. In this instance, we don't have that much. And storms are struggling because of that. That's also why we're seeing so much large hails, because the updrafts themselves. So if you picture a storm, you've got your anvil here, you've got your forward flank here, and in the middle here, you're going to have your inflow notch. And the inflow notch is where the updraft is supported. When you have your lower amounts of low-level shear, the inflow notch here doesn't have as much going into it from either side. So while that's not a good thing for tornadic development, that's great for large hail, and that's what we've been seeing today. If you have more shear at the lower levels, then those updrafts are going to struggle to kind of hold themselves up, so to speak, because the storms themselves are going to be spinning more and more in terms of the rear flank. The weaker the low level shear is, and the stronger the upper level shear is, the upper level shear can hold up those hailstones, which creates the large hail. In traditional tornado events, some of the stronger days that we have seen historically, yes, do have large hail associated with the tornadoes. But in the stronger days, the low level shear and the mid level shear and stuff like that, they're not too different from each other. They're not that different.
Right.
So that's where the differences come into place. So in today's forecast, we were anticipating a low-level jet displacement, which is part of the problem, is because the higher low-level jet areas are east of the risk on your screen, east.
Yeah.
And the storms are farther to the west still. If the storms, now it is 2138Z, if the storms manage to find some time in that better sheared environment, we could have some problems. But as of right now, this is primarily a large hail threat. And in fact, we did just get a severe thunderstorm warning issued behind Fort Worth for more cells with large hail.
Right. More severe thunderstorm warning. I want to also touch up real quickly, because as you were talking about what was happening down in Fort Worth, I want to mention the storms up in southern Oklahoma. That event's not dead. The tornado event's not dead. And the only reason why I say that is there is one storm that I am seeing that is approaching the southern side of Medill, heading towards Kingston and Durant. That has become a right mover. It has become a right mover. It has become a supercell. Unfortunately,
great radar coverage we got over there.
Yeah, it's great radar coverage. We can't see what's happening over there yet, although there is a radar that is in the process of being completed within the next couple of weeks. They said it would be done by the end of the month in Durant, Oklahoma. There'd be a new radar over there. So hopefully we'd be able to get access to that radar. I have no idea if we actually will be able to. It might just be a National Weather Service thing, but I'll tell you what, that storm over there does look like it is a right mover. It does look like it is becoming supercellular, and wow, just something to note, it does also have a ZDR column. It has an updraft within it, which means that is a supercell. It is 100% a supercell, and this one probably should be one to watch for as this gets closer to Durant. So if you know anyone that lives over in that general area of Durant, it's probably a good idea for them to get into some form of sturdy structure. Real quickly, I'm going to put this link over in our camera map thing. I haven't put it up yet, but I'm going to eventually. So that way, if we needed to, we can put it on the map, because that is Fort Worth. We need more cameras in Fort Worth. There really is a lack of cameras over there. Yeah, there we go. And that is a damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued because of it. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's the cell that I was talking about for Medill. So now we get to Morgan's favorite part of the stream, to where he can try and use those cameras over there that they're going to probably move around. That one over there near Cambridge and Sherman. Yeah, we get to Morgan's favorite part of the stream, to where eventually when the storms get over to Kingston and Woodville and McBride, we're going to be able to see what's happening over there. So, fun stuff there, chat. Wow. Yeah, that tornado warning has been canceled. Good call there, chat. Tornado warning for Dallas-Fort Worth is no longer there. So I'm glad it didn't really do a significant amount. But I do gotta mention here, chat. It looks like there's another storm behind the original one.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
It has become a little bit more of a right mover in its own right as well.
Left flank velocity enhancement much? Also,
yeah.
Look up and tilt.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. That is a clockwise rotation. That's whack, but...
It's going backwards.
If I were to watch, it would probably be central to southern portions of Fort Worth, and then maybe northern Fort Worth could get some activity again, tornadic-wise. Regardless, it's going to be strong, damaging winds and large hail. So, you need to watch out for that if you haven't already. You're north of Lake McAllister? Can I check that area? Lake McAllister, Oklahoma is probably up in McAllister. Yeah, there is McAllister. Yeah, you guys aren't really expected to get too much. You guys are fine. At least I would say. Judith with the 100. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. The constant support. Absolutely amazing. It really does mean a lot to us. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for
excuse me.
For contributing to the channel. Thank you. I really do mean it.
Excuse me.
What are you excusing? Oh, what is that?
The cell that's along the dry line near Rainbow. Rainbow, Texas. Remember when you said when you were throwing out a town name once for time's sake and it was Rainbow and there happened to be a Rainbow, Texas? Oh, how things come full circle.
That was an entirely separate stream, too.
That was a while ago, too.
What in the world is this? What am I looking at?
A supercell.
It's got a ZDR arc.
A supercell. It is a good-looking supercell.
Can it not be good-looking anymore?
Dry line truthers.
Yeah, Tanner, that sounds like a typical over there. Snow and snow and snow and more snow over in Fargo. It never ends, right? It's the song that never ends. Basil with the 7, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, always love catching you live. Keep up the good work, making people aware. I really do appreciate you supporting the channel. Thank you very much. Yeah, that comes full circle, doesn't it? Can Parker County rest easy now? Depends upon where you are in Parker County. If you're in Weatherford, you're fine. If you are in eastern Parker County, like Aledo, then probably not. That intersection of I-30 and I-20 is probably not where you want to take it easy quite yet. But if you're in Central Parker, you're fine. Ooh. That's an embedded...
you still suck. Suit yourself.
That is... Yeah, that is a supercell that is about to go right over Fort Worth again.
Yeah,
right.
I don't like that. I don't like that either.
Right over Fort Worth again. Oh, what?
Rainbow?
Hold up. Timeout. Timeout.
Timeout. Nate Snyder. Second charge. 30-second timeout.
That's your camera in Western Fort Worth. That's a low wall cloud. That is a very low wall cloud. That is a ground scraping wall cloud. That is ground scraping.
Are we really doing this?
That is ground scraping. I don't know, Morgan. Are we doing this?
Your choice.
Fort Worth. I'm sorry. We have to call it again. You guys need to get indoors. They're not done.
Here we go again. Yeah, this is literally the same thing. It's almost-ish, sort of, kind of.
Kind of. That
tornado would be in this similar spot.
This is a very
really
similar
don't like where this is going.
This is a similar spot. It's going right over the same exact area. Here's your supercell. Look at this here, chat. There's your supercell. There's your reports of where a tornado was. Oh, and by the way, let's see if we can get it. Let's get a storm track here. Look at that. It's moving right over the same general area.
Sorry, 3-inch hail, anybody?
Oh, Dallas. Yeah,
Dallas.
Ouch.
Hey, if you're at University Park, that's a lot of hail. Don't get impaled.
Yeah.
Get indoors.
That is a lot of hail. Don't be impaled.
That's also upper level rotation again, so fun.
There is a camera over there. So.
Oh, Caleb. Did he send you what he just sent me? That's not okay.
How? Where? I-35 West.
I-35 what? No.
Where is that at?
Where?
At Morningside.
Down by like Edgecliff Village. And Morning.
Where is Morningside?
Morning.
I don't know. One of these days, we're gonna have to do all the stationary cameras for this thing.
O'Reilly's Auto Parts. Morningside Drive is just to the north of East Berry Street.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Which one is that?
Between Allen Avenue and it's south of Rosedale Street.
Once again, very helpful. Where's Rosedale Street?
Okay, I'm sorry that you don't know where that is. I don't really know what better I can give you at the moment.
What part of the city is that?
It's in between 20 and 30. Basically split in the middle by Cobb Park, that little area of greenery on the eastern side.
Oh, I see.
that, which would make sense. At the same time, that still doesn't make sense.
Oh, the picture's not there. So I'm assuming it was prior. It was the storm that was prior, but... Yeah, I don't see anything with that.
What?
Meanwhile, the picture is getting closer. It is getting a lot closer. There you go.
Hey, just take your radar south of Fort Worth for a second and consider the following at what just occurred.
I probably will. That's a severe thunderstorm warning all the way down there. That's nice.
Northeastward storm motion. How you can tell it's not along the cold front.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But that right there, chat, that is a whack storm. Dallas is going off now.
Oh, what are you? Oh, that's not. That's tornadic again. That is tornadic again.
Yeah. That's
short intermission.
That's gonna be a tornado more than likely.
Short intermission.
Yeah, Dallas. If you're in northern Dallas, if you can like comb, don't do the yellow camera. Try and find the other cameras and stuff like that. T-Dow. Yeah, I'm gonna go to T-Dow's radar and see if we can find anything with that. Oh yeah, Irving. So if you're in University Park, Highland Park, and Dallas, you need to get into your safe space right now.
I found a whale's mouth.
You did.
Yeah. There you go. Here.
Is that from the Gas Monkey garage camera?
No. Raceway.
Raceway?
I-35 East and Raceway. It's on the it's texas.gov.
Oh, it's Texas dot.
Website.
I was gonna say we've got an abundance of cameras here in Dallas. Are any of these moving?
No.
No.
Unlikely, at least.
Makes me consider.
Okay, that storm down by Rainbow might Cape bomb when the time comes, so just keep that in mind.
It doesn't look... Oh my gosh. It doesn't look like it's on the ground, but can you go over to T-Dow real quickly? Can you go over to T-Dow real quickly? Yeah, that storm that's approaching Dallas and University Park is,
if you are in, what university is there? Is that A&M?
I don't know.
I should know this, and I don't. No, Southern Methodist University.
Oh, it's SMU. That's SMU. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you're near SMU, guys, you need to get in your safe space.
If you're on campus, safe space. If you're in Dallas, downtown, safe space. If you're in any of the surrounding residents, who's calling me? If you're in any of the surrounding residents, safe space. Very important. Very important.
Oh, wow. Got a camera. Got a camera. We got the Gas Monkey camera here, guys. The Gas Monkey camera over here. This is in northern Dallas. And things are starting to kind of come into view just a little teeny bit. My guess is the left side. That's my guess as to where we're looking at right now. So we're up here. What? Cameras up there. Yeah. My guess is we're looking to the left. So if there was something to happen, it'd be over here. On the left-hand side over there. So once again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning with a storm that very well could produce a tornado here. Near University Park. This is approaching northern Dallas right now as we speak. And this is going right over Irving as we are currently talking. Oh, and it's kind of deviated. Again. Again. Let's see if we can find anything here.
There's your tornado warning for
Dallas.
northern Dallas. Yep.
Yep.
Tornado warning for northwestern Dallas County in north central Texas.
That's a lot, people. My God. University Park, North Dallas, Highland Park, safe space now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I know there probably ain't much underground there. But this is a tornado warning for northwestern Dallas County. Northwestern Dallas County until 5:30 Central Time. If you guys are in any of these areas that we are mentioning, so this is Texas Route 356 near Irving going into Dallas. I-35 East. This is United States Route 75 going through University Park. Whichever road that is. Excuse me. It's State Route 12L. State Route 289. As well as Forest. Forest Lane. Safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Even if a tornado may not seem imminent.
Yeah.
Gotta take this seriously. What?
And it is definitely rotating there. Looks like it's weakened just a little teeny bit though, fortunately. A little teeny bit, it looks like it's kind of weakened, but yeah.
That other storm, we have another issue again if it wraps. Similar to the
Missouri's way too far north. The only areas I'm talking about here today would be Oklahoma, extreme southwestern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and then of course Texas. So anything outside, you guys are good.
Yeah, that Fort Worth storm back there, that can manage to wrap around. That's a big problem. Big problem.
Man. Bread Adair. One of the best chasers, I think, right now. It has been one of the best chasers, actually. This is from him on Twitter. At ALA Storm Tracker, Bread Adair. Look at that structure there, guys. Look at that structure there, guys. That is absolutely insane.
Al doesn't think so for the moment.
Mario with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, is it moving to Garland? Eventually, yes, this storm will move to Garland, but it is not in the tornado warning as of this moment.
Soon. But
soon the storm will. Fort Worth, continue to stay indoors. Although it is now more of a strong damaging wind threat more than anything. This is now moving southeast. Wow. Okay. And I'm not too concerned about that. That is some side lobe contamination. So very interesting there. We'll go back to Oklahoma City. Storm is now approaching the Kingsington, which means that we can use the Tanglewood camera now. And okay, interesting. We have storms that are moving over now into Durant. All right, so if you're in Durant, Oklahoma, hey, you've got storms that are moving off into your area, so you guys need to watch out. And we do actually have a couple storms here live on our camera view here. We'll pull up right there. That's Tanglewood. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning here. For Bryan and Marshall counties until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this one. So watch out for that. Where did all of my...
Okay, hold up.
Where did my thing go?
Really?
No idea where those place files went. That was a wall cloud about 10 minutes ago. Sheesh. We'll come back to this view here in a second here, guys. We're going to continue to try and move in between all sorts of different views. Try and catch as much as we possibly can.
Just blanket statement. Fort Worth is another classic elevated supercell textbook fairly in terms of rotation with height. That is a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning for that dry line truther.
Yeah, for Cleburne.
It's 6 o'clock.
It's got rotation. It does have rotation. Traffic's horrendous on 35? Yeah, I don't doubt it. I really don't doubt it. "58-mile-per-hour wind gusts over near Grapevine." From the ASOS station. So definitely severe. University Park has a ZDR arc still, so I don't think this storm's going away just yet. I think this storm that's near Dallas, I think it might try, or it very well could try to recycle. We'll have to see, but I do think that this thing does have a shot.
Translation. If you're in University Park or Highland Park, you need to still be in your safe space, or Northern Dallas.
Yep.
You need to still be in your safe space.
Yep. Oh, wow. Chat, I'm going to show you guys here this video view of Dallas. This is looking from the west to the east. Look at these clouds here, chat. Look at how quickly they are racing off to the north. That storm that's over there in Dallas is, like northern Dallas near University Park and SMU, is pulling. And I mean pulling all of this over there. I mean, oh my gosh. Sirens in University Park? Yep, there is a tornado warning for your area. But those clouds are screaming. Absolutely screaming. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. I'll watch out for that pretty closely. But man, a lot of inflow with that one. That storm near Cleburne is actually raking. That's still a storm to watch. I want to go over to Fort Polk's radar. I want to see these storms over near Lufkin. Are they going to actually do stuff, or are they just going to continue to be merging, less cell mergers? Which I'm not upset if that actually is the case. I'm actually more than happy. Yeah, it's just a bunch of mess right now. A lot of elevated stuff out in front in the Lufkin general area. So we'll come back to that if it actually does do something. But for right now, big areas to watch are Fort Worth and Dallas. If you are in those areas right now, you need to stay indoors. Just got a report of golf ball-sized hail in southwestern Fort Worth. So this storm's not done and over with. By no means is this done and over with here. Until it stops raining, which it will here soon, especially if you're in western Fort Worth. And even northwestern Fort Worth. I think northwestern Fort Worth is actually in the clear, believe it or not. Or at least close to being in the clear. Wow. Hey, Morgan, can you do me a favor? On Fort Worth's radar, KFWS, go to 12.4 degree tilt.
Textbook elevated supercell.
That is as elevated as you can get it. Oh, did they just move? No, they haven't moved the camera yet. The storm is about to impact the Tanglewood area. Right on the border of Oklahoma and Texas. It is moving on through. Is that a little bit of spin right there? Maybe? Be interesting to see. But those storms that are over there... oh, the camera. There we go. Be interesting to see if Durant and Calera does get some stuff here in a bit from those storms. Minor rotation, but... I don't see anything here, right, chat? Do you guys see anything that's trying to spin up there? I don't see anything there either. Not at least to me. But I mean, that still looks pretty insane. I'll tell you what. Don't have any reports of there being a tornado with this second tornado warning storm that's in northern Dallas. So the second tornado warning, I should say. Maybe this right here in the middle. I don't see it really rotating, though, to be completely honest with you. Not too much, at least. Lot of rain, though. I mean, look at this here, guys. You could see the rain absolutely being pulled in behind the storm. So that right there in its own right is pretty obvious. Once again, tornado warning here. This is northern Dallas. If you live in northern Dallas, you should still stay in your safe space. Someone's chasing Cleburne and there's a funnel cloud on it. On stormchasing.com.
Sure about that?
Yes. Bob Pack. Bob Pack is on it. Lamau. That's hilarious. There you go. You get to go watch Bob Pack. If you guys want to watch Bob Pack, there you go. Have fun. That's his storm chasing view there.
That's kind of a funnel.
Well, Doss sent it to me, though. So he had something better earlier. That looked to me like a funnel. Here. Let me save the image. And let me send it to you. There you go. You happy?
That's a funnel.
You happy?
Happy Texas.
That's what we were talking about there. That was from Bob Pack. See that? That's the funnel right there. But yeah, that's Storm Chaser Bob Pack on the Cleburne cell. And he'll be watching that one very closely. That one could potentially try to produce a tornado. Would not be surprised. Yes, I do, Cobalt. Yes, I do. I have a meme for most of everyone that I know. Let's take a 3D of the Cleburne cell. That was a mistake. I gotta do it a little bit further. That was a mistake. I gotta do it even further than that. Finally. Thank goodness. It's got a lot of... It's got a lot of flow aloft, but nothing surface based there once again. Wow. This is, you know, deja vu. We're hearing this all over again. It's not surface based, not surface based. It's trying to get surface based with that, though. It is trying. 5.0 in Alberta this morning? Whack.
It was a 7-1 in the Kermadec Islands last night.
I did see that. Is this thing... Are there 2 supercells, or is this thing splitting? Cleburne. Guess we'll see. I'm going back up north to see what's happening over there. Durant is now getting hit by a storm. Obviously, but... Yeah, I was looking at severe weather in Germany the other day, so that's the reason why my thing on radar scope started over there. I mean, of course I was.
I mean what I said.
I was about to say, what is that supposed to mean? No idea what you're talking about.
Sherman camera.
What do you mean Sherman camera? Is it up now?
It's looking at something that is definitely not a normal cloud. So...
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's also looking north. What's happening in Natchitoches? Not a whole lot, honestly. Not a whole lot.
I'm gonna have a vendetta against trying to pronounce that town name going forward.
Listen, there's one that has...
Because there's Natchitoches,
there's Natchitoches in Louisiana that has the Tchitoches. It looks like Natchitoches, but it's not. It's Natchitoches. Then you have the one in...
Nacogdoches.
Nacogdoches, or Doches. I don't know.
Nacogdoches City.
I think it's Nacogdoches, but who knows? Nacogdoches City. Anyways, point being is... Got a nice little supercell here. And it looks like it's going to be impacting the I-35 area here pretty soon. I'm looking at what Bob Pack has on the side view here, because he is currently chasing over there. Because, yes. And... I don't see much on his screen. I don't know where exactly he's positioning his car, actually. He might be positioning it somewhere else. One thing I will say is that this thing in Cleburne is starting to form a hook, though. It is starting to form a hook. Nacogdoches? That's what someone said, Nacogdoches. So, you heard it here first, folks. Yeah, I think this supercell here in Cleburne actually is 2 supercells in one. But that's besides the point. I'm pretty sure this is 2 supercells in one. Either that or it's just looking real weird. Which also could be a thing. And you know what? Because of it looking real weird, I'm going to take a look at the vertical wind profile. All right, that thing is just veering. I'm sorry. It's veering. Ouch. Hey, Morgan. I think you're right when you said it's looking at something north in Sherman. Obviously. Let's take a look at the camera that's looking at Sherman, shall we? A lot of scud and a lot of lowerings. So, there's someone over there. Train spotter northwest of Cleburne just reported baseball-sized hail. Do I know if it'll hit Duncanville? Good question. Let me look up where Duncanville is first. Duncanville, Texas. That is South Dallas. Yeah, I think one of the storms could at least... Yeah, I think you guys could probably get some activity from this storm over here. It's over near Arlington and Fort Worth. If not, you're going to get the edge of it. Like, just the edge of it. Probably not the main stuff, though. The main stuff will probably be a little bit further north of you. That'll be, what Dallas will get. But baseball-sized hail over there in Cleburne. My goodness. And it's got a ZDR. I'm going to go up higher. I hate these whites all the way around. Like, that's the irrelevant high ZDR. I need to fix that color table. Make it easier for me to see without being blinded by all that white.
It's a lot of white. Don't lose your sight. Yeah, that's where I'm at, folks. That's kind of where I'm at already today. Oh, Lord.
Leave it to Morgan. Leave it to Morgan to create these wacky ass crap catchphrases. It's, my goodness. New flash flood warning. Fort Worth and Dallas.
Water.
Big water. We mentioned today, hey, did we not say,
water.
Did we not say, yeah, big water. Dude, that's what I'm going to say when I'm driving into a storm next time. Big water, big water.
Yeah.
Did I not say that flash flood warnings could very well be a threat today? Flash flood warnings, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, all of which you should have a plan for if you're over in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. Did I not say that? Am I complaining? Not really. I'm not complaining that Morgan's making his catchphrases. It'll stick to some people.
Big water. Yes.
Big water. Big water.
Necesita la agua.
I'll tell you what. If I can actually get, right, a mobile hotspot that will allow me to have pure data, like streaming data, you're going to hear so much whack stuff like that. Like trees and leaves and sticks, and I'll just scream.
Tree.
like, listen, all right? So for the people who play video games, you know how if you're playing with someone else, you call out something? You know, you just, like, scream something like, oh, there it is, you know? Like, there's something there. I have a gut feeling that a lot of people are going to, be thinking that that's how I'm going to be storm chasing. I'm just going to call out everything. All good, miss. There's trees. Like esports call outs. There's a tornado. Big water.
Tornado 280.
280, yeah. Tornado 280. I just pinged it. It's right there.
Pinged it, yeah.
I could pull a full read. I'm firing I'm firing a rocket in it. I'm firing a rocket.
Yeah. For what it's worth, if Nate and I do somehow manage to chase together before I head off to college in August, we're doing it from my car. I'm going to be driving, and Nate can worry about all the technology.
That is a 3-inch size hail report in Fort Worth. Three-inch size hail in Fort Worth from that storm. Ouch. Well, is it safe to say that my pick for tornadoes today busted? Or
everyone's did.
Yeah.
Big funnel.
Bob Pack?
Cleburne. Yep. Go look. Cone funnel.
Bob Pack. Oh yeah, that is a cone funnel. Hey, if you guys want to watch Storm Chasing live, he's got a funnel right there. Go watch. Have fun. Yeah, that is a funnel cloud.
Big funnel. Big funnel 270.
Gotcha. This is north of Rio Vista, approaching the Alvarado areas and the Grandview areas. So, I-35 West. If you guys live over there, south of Fort Worth, near the U.S. Highway 67 area. So this is Cleburne. This is east of Cleburne. Guys, got to get into your safe space if you haven't already. And just like that, the funnel decided to go away. It did undergo a left split. Interesting.
Interesting. It is some freaking clouds.
It is some clouds.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Matt's house.
Wow.
Why down there? I don't know.
Matt was like, hey, should I chase today? And I'm like, listen, if you wanted to, you should have went like 5 hours ago. Just stay at home. Matt at home gets tornadoes himself. The tornadoes come to Matt. Tornadoes will find him.
For him.
Yep, clearly. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning for Colleen. Oh, that is a report of flooding. And that's penny-sized. Wow, great job. Great report. Hen egg-sized hail at a fierce rate on I-35 west in Fort Worth. So very large hail approaching Arlington at this time. If you're in Arlington, if you're in southern Dallas, recommend you guys get indoors and stay away from windows. That looks to be some strong damaging winds associated with it too. Almost kind of like a shockwave. Hold up. Wow. Cell near Rockwall is pretty interesting as well. Rowlett, Rockwall, so it's East Dallas. Oh, Sherman camera is moving. I repeat, they are moving the camera. They are trying to see what is happening. They are looking around. Oh, what is that? I have no idea what that is. It is looking southwest, though. Here, let's go take a look. Sherman. Sherman, Texas.
Sherman.
That's where we got a severe thunderstorm warning as of this moment. Hiccups. So yeah, they've moved the camera around. They're now looking southwest.
That is a thunderstorm.
Interesting. It is a cloud.
Interesting. It is a freaking cloud.
It's a funnel cloud. I'm just kidding.
That's not.
That's the game physics right there. It'll look at that. It'll look at the cloud.
I didn't know we were playing Storm Chasers.
And so there's this game, chat, that you can play. You have to buy it. It's $10, but you can play it.
Best use of your $10 that you'll ever find. Trust me.
Clearly. Anyways, it'll legit have a flat cloud base. The clouds will look as flat as this, right? And yet it will still say, interesting, it is a funnel cloud. And it'll just be like, wow. Where?
Where? Is an excellent question.
So, we're making fun of that game.
Maybe we'll play that on stream someday. We never did that the other day. And I did say, you said we were going to do that. And I said, yeah, until we find something else to get distracted by.
What were we talking about?
What do you mean? What?
If anyone doesn't get that reference, Chicken Little. It's a whack movie right there. I'll tell you what. Chicken Little is a whack movie.
The sky is falling.
The sky is falling. The sky is falling. Legit. Speaking of the sky is falling, this is from @KATV Todd Yak with a hailstone of
Todd
2.
Yak?
Yeah, Todd Yakubian. That's his name. Of 2-inch size hail. Look at that stone. And there's more here from Patience_not. With the name of old and out of patience. There's their hailstones that they got.
Wait, hold up.
I just retweeted that. I just retweeted it.
You did. Follow.
There you go.
Holy screaming children.
What? People outside?
I mean, it's 58 outside right now. So people are outside for once. And screaming children. Because I lived in the first planned community in the United States. So, you know.
There you go. Classic. Is Bob Pack just gonna sit there? Or no, he's not. All right, it's just updated. He's chasing after the storm, and he's very far behind. Now, Matt literally just got into my DMs, and he said, "Listen, I'm watching the storm right now. It's right next to me."
Hey. If he gets a tornado without needing to do anything, then we need to sign this man up to chase for us forever.
Well, he did that before, didn't he? The Salado tornado? It was the other one that was north of that, the Cape Bomb environment. I just... oh boy. Can I send you something here in a second? This will make you consider, or at least I believe it will. I gotta find it. Did I? Oh wow, I got lost. I really did straight up lose the tweet. Wow. Okay, you know, I understand. New mesoscale discussion. Downstream weather watch issuance. It's likely prior to 0Z. Give me a second here, chat, as I try to find this. And if I can't find it, then oh well. I'm just wasting. Yeah. Whack. Alright, couldn't find it. Back to Dallas-Fort Worth we go, where we continue to get more reports of hail across the board. The line that's went through Durant has considered the following and is no longer relevant. So that's nice. It's good to see. Yep, the cold front has caught up with it. Oh, and the cold front is racing. Look at that, chat. The cold front is racing to Dallas-Fort Worth. Look at that. You see this here, chat? Look at that cold front right here. This boundary right here. That cold front is racing. Someone put up the Kentucky Derby. Wow. New big severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas, unsurprisingly. Big storm over there. I think I'm actually going to pull up Dealey Plaza. And I'm going to look at Dealey Plaza as the storm moves on through. Because if this thing is still producing some large hail, then, yeah. But as soon as this cold front catches up to these storms, then, not really going to do too much after that. Cleburne is deviated. I don't know why it's deviating as much as it is, but it is considering the following. I'll tell you what. So now it's heading off more to the east-southeast. Your Maypearl and Forreston. And now we get to the more hard to pronounce names. If I remember correctly, it's Waxahachie. But I probably got it wrong knowing me, so. I'm trying. That's a lot of heavy rain out in front of... Man, this entire thing is rain wrapped. All right. Check out Brett Adair's stream, Wall Cloud. Where's Brett at? Brett... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, Brett is down there. Coolio. Let's take a look and see where he's looking. Oh, that is a wall cloud. Is Bob Pack streaming again or no? Keep that to the side then. Yeah, that is a wall cloud that Brett Adair is looking at. So good stuff from Brett. It doesn't look like it's a rotating, like a rapidly rotating wall cloud though. It's almost kind of like a shelf, actually. Yeah, it's kind of almost like it's a shelf. Sounded right-ish. Ish. If it's right-ish, then I did a good job, I think. All right, there you go. Dealey Plaza. Let's take a look and see as this storm moves through into Dallas. Waxahachie. Rockwall's fine. The storm is kind of considering. Doesn't have a whole lot of rotation at the surface. Neither does it aloft either. It's actually pretty weak. So really interesting storm there. And actually, I'll tell you what. We could also look at the Reunion Tower camera. I know that that exists. Hell Advocate with the 10 months. Thank you so much for being a tornado tracker. Really do appreciate it. It says it's getting close to a year. Yeah. A full year. I don't know how you guys do it, man. But I really do appreciate it. Excuse me! Excuse me! What? The left mover is spinning anticyclonically.
What?
Storm that was with near clean, right?
Yeah.
Northern storm above that. Originally had a severe thunderstorm warning, right?
Yeah.
Storm now has rotation, right? Storm not only has a rotation, it's spinning the wrong way, right?
It is spinning the wrong way, and it's got decent echo tops and a ZDR. I mean,
oh, come on. Stop! Any active warnings? Yeah, there are 6 total severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 flash flood warning. Oh! Potential for prefrontals. Lufkin. Might be one storm there that's trying to take advantage of the environment out there. Meanwhile, back in Dallas, I can't see anything out in front of us. There's just so much rain and so much hail that it's just best to say good. I'm just kidding. It's not best to say good luck. Let's see how much hail and rain there is, though. This is Dealey Plaza in Dallas. Ooh. Look at the rain curtains that are passing in front.
it just special weather statemented the left mover.
It's still spinning.
And spinning better than it was. It
Tell
almost is a viewer.
Tell it to consider.
You tell it to consider.
Maybe. I don't have any power over it, though. Mm. Oh, Grandview. So I wonder if Brett's seeing anything this time now. Could be rain wrapped, but watch out. Yeah, I don't know what the storm is really doing. I don't. Oh, Brett's getting hammered with hail. It's not very large hail, but he's getting hammered.
It's a lot of hail. He's getting impaled.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Brett's getting slammed. Wow. Anything for Tampa? Not really. Maybe Saturday, but it'd be like very weak. Something like that. This thing near Clifton continues to consider. I'm gonna have to tell it to stop. It needs to stop spinning the wrong way. Yeah, it is considering from the looks of it. That's also a lot of side lobe contamination. You see a lot of this spectrum width here that's in this like giant ball. Whenever you see that, usually that's side lobe contamination. Unless if we're talking about El Reno here, then you know that's not side lobe. El Reno. There it is. So that's a lot of side lobe contamination right within that area. And you can also tell it's side lobe because you see all these little... MJ's engaged in serious talks to sell. Which is kind of funny. We cut out? Really? Wow. Anyways, when you see giant spectrum width like that, that right there is contamination. And when you look at velocities, you can see how you have one very strong velocity, and then you have like a red, and then you have like a green, and then you have like a gray, and yeah, especially like that. That right there is not legit. That is not real. So. That right there looks legit, though. That's a heck of a hook echo. And that's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Waxahachie. Ooh, Tunyon. Wait, really?
Bears.
That's pretty
funny. Which is pretty funny.
That's pretty funny. Robert Tonyan to the Bears. All right. Coolio.
By the way, Giants signed Paris Campbell.
Yeah. Good depth, but, you know.
Giants gonna Super Bowl.
Your offense is legit comparable to the Baltimore Ravens.
Except we have Vanilla Vic.
That's not going to get you far, Chief. You need another wide receiver.
It'll be fine. DJ Chark.
Like he's going to get you over the hump. Yeah, okay.
Not Odell. Bye-bye.
You don't want Odell anymore?
Too much money.
Too much money. Well, the final 3 teams are Kansas City, Baltimore, and Dallas. I mean. All right, enough football. Back to considering. Is Brett Adair... Brett Adair's not streaming at the moment. That's Ferris. Oh, that's an interesting shot there. I don't know who's streaming this, but Brandon Ivy. Interesting. So I'm going to send you guys the map if you guys want to watch. There you go. You can watch the map with me. All the storm chasers over there. What is this storm? That's what I've been trying to say, too. What is this? Connor McRory. $50 size tail over there near Maypearl. What's happening in Killeen? Oh, that'll make me consider even more followings. Oh, what? Elevated rotation. Get that man out of there. So that's selling Clifton. All right, it's not rotating as much anymore. I think it's died. I think it has died. Yeah, it indeed has died. Oh, I knew about Virginia already. Arizona losing? I didn't know about that. Princeton? Yeah, Morgan. Princeton beat Arizona. There's going to be a lot of people talking about that over near you.
Oh, dang it.
Dang it.
New York Rangers play a hockey game tonight.
Where's Princeton? That's in New Jersey. Who do they play against?
White Birds. The White Frozen Birds. There, does that help you more?
I had a hunch it was that, but they're not entirely white, so.
Yeah.
They also have a little bit of yellow on them, too, so.
Yeah, well, no one cares about him anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, Rick Jenneret's gonna be there. That's pretty cool. So listen here, guys. The cell that's in Maypearl, it's got really nice elevator rotation. Very nice elevator rotation, right?
Which we kind of figured would be a theme today, just kind of across the board.
Oh, what? Hey, let's consider the following here real quickly. Seagoville, Crandall, over in Texas, along I-20 and south of I-20. Guys might need to get in your safe space. That might be a tornado warning here soon. Charlana, what's up? Welcome to stream. Hello, hello. Yeah, that might be something we'd have to watch very closely. I want to see if there's actually a picture on that. Seagoville. Image unavailable. Why are all these pictures east, 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 east? Stop looking east. Turn your picture west, will ya? West. That's upside down, not...
Which one is upside down?
Here, let me just go through what I am going through, alright? Let me just show you all, alright? So this is I-20 right here. This is Highway 80 over here near Forney, alright? So let's go along Highway 80 here. You can see east, 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 west, northwest. Wow, that is a trash camera, but it's west. Thank God. It's south, east, 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 east. All right, well, let's go Highway 20. That one's not working. That one's not working. East, east, not working. Not working. Not working. East.
It's killing. It's
not
killing
working.
Me that
East.
It's killing me that I'm listening back to the stream.
That I don't know what it's looking at.
East.
I don't know what that's looking at. I'm honest with you. West northwest. Wow, we actually have a decent camera right there. That'd be the only one we can use. That one. East. Not working. Not working. East. Upside down looking camera that's totally not looking west northwest. What is that? Well job. Well job. That is what I have to say to that. Well job.
Someone did their job correctly. And
I'm not sure if this is a real thing, all right? But it's like, I'm sure some of you have heard that your brain actually flips what your eyes see, because what you see, what your brain receives from your eyes is actually inverted, all right? So everything that, you know, if you didn't have a brain, okay, which could be the case for me, all right, everything would appear upside down, but your brain actually corrects it, all right, in order to make it right side up. That is as if the camera doesn't have a brain and it's just looking outside the thing. Yeah, well job. Well job. That's all I have to say about that. Well job. That's looking east. That's actually a really nice camera, though. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that thing's slightly rotating near Segoville, so that might be something to watch for. East southeast, east northeast, west, north, north. Nothing's. These cameras are useless. New severe thunderstorm warning for Terrell, Forney, Kaufman, Wills Point, McCoy, and West Tawaconee. West Tawaconee.
Cone.
All right. Well, enough of that. Enough of looking at ineptitude. Especially since their cameras aren't going to be live. So Matt said in my DMs, he said, "Hey, the storm's developing." And then 2 minutes later told me, "Oh, it's dead." It's got a massive ZDR arc on it, though, I will say. So maybe give it time? I don't know, but... I'm actually curious. What are the photographs down there? KGRK, what do you have, brother? That's a lot of veering, actually. It's just pretty weak veering. It's actually not bad at all. Warning in Dallas-Fort Worth. Yep, there is definitely a severe thunderstorm in Dallas-Fort Worth. It's actually more east now in Dallas. Everything else is pretty bleh. Cold front has already passed Fort Worth. There you go. Man, this storm in Maypearl is just disappointing. Oh, it doesn't even have rotational loft anymore. It's just a storm. That thing is considering.
Today is broken.
Today is broken. I'll put it on this so you guys can kind of see the loop of the satellite imagery. Because satellite imagery is cool. I do agree. So are they still chasing that storm over there? Ivy's watching it. Adair is driving through it. And Bob Pack is driving towards it or driving away from it? I don't know. I don't know where Bob Pack's going. Bob Pack does what he wants. That's the one thing I've learned about Bob Pack. Unstoppable force versus the immovable object. In this case, Bob Pack is the unstoppable force, and there is no such thing as an immovable object. That is a storm near Longview. I gotta see that. Yeah, near Tatum. Where did this come from? Yeah, the tornado watch is starting to wither away. Very much so. Any tornadoes yet? There was one in Fort Worth. Guess you can't really say that today busted if today was a 5%, wasn't it? You can never.
That contest and you missed.
I did, yeah. I missed. I missed badly.
Nathan Snyder.
I actually think it was more the capping inversion that limited it, though. I think the capping inversion was just too much. There's not as much capping inversion further south. There's also more steep low-level lapse rates, if I remember correctly. Let's take a look. I'm interested to see. Yeah, the lapse rates were a lot steeper the further south you went. They were a lot better the further south you went, actually. Am I bored? Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little. There's not really a whole lot of weather going on. And severe weather, although I do agree that it can be impactful to some people, is not exactly something that deviates. Something that deviates from the norm. You see it a lot of times. I'm still going to watch the storm near Segoville and Crandall, though. If there was going to be something tornadic, it'd be this storm. Massive ZDR arc. Yeah, my general rule of thumb is you can't call it a bust if it's not a 10 sig. What are you laughing at now?
Rangers Twitter, right?
Mm.
Mika Zibanejad just scored, right?
Mm.
So I scroll through and I see a video. Here, I'll just say it and see if you interpret it. Miska, Muska, Mika Zibanejad.
I remember that. Oh my gosh.
I love this fan base. Alright, I'll tell you what. I've got a rehearsal that I need to tend to at this point. And this isn't really doing much at the moment, A. And B, when I get home, I'm going to sleep.
Well, I'm probably going to end the stream here, believe it or not, sooner rather than later. Because I'll tell you what, I'm not staying up until 1 a.m. Central, 2 a.m. Eastern. That's another 50-20 probs. I don't understand that either, to be completely honest with you. But, you know.
Yeah, I'm probably going to bed.
I don't care if I spoiled the game. That is stupid.
Alright. So we'll be in touch. I'll probably talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm going to make my escape now.
Okay. Well, take luck, Morgan.
Take care, stream. Nate and I will talk to you soon.
Mm-hmm. And just like that, Morgan is gone. Yeah, realistically, I don't see a whole lot with this. I don't see. I'm trying to figure out ways into which we could still get tornadoes. And if it hadn't done it already, my opinion, I don't think it will. It's just very difficult. Really? Yeah, I'm thinking here, chat. I'm trying to figure out ways. It's just... I don't like it. I don't like what they got. Can I go over the models for next week? That's a good question. Let's get a camera up. Let's see if we can find a camera. Where should we put a camera here, chat? Colleen, shall we go see what that storm's doing? Put a camera on that. That camera's looking east. That sucks. That can just, you know, turn around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit closer. It's not gonna load, is it? Wow. Whack. Is there anything else? No, we don't have anything over there. That's great. That is great, clearly. I don't know where we would put our camera then. Where shall we have a camera? Greenville is to west. Oh, that's very nice. Whoever put this up clearly knows. Got an idea. Oh. There we go. All right, we're going to have the sailing club up. There we go. Should be good, right? All right, let's go take a look at everything else. Let's use the euro. Let's go to the models, and boom. All right, everything's good, right? You want to see what I do, how I forecast? Actually, it's pretty easy. How I do it. 500 millibars. Euro model. I always start with the 500 millibar. Low level jet. That is a whack low pressure system that goes up into Ontario and Quebec. That probably could be winter induced. So that's whack. Another atmospheric river for Southern California. That's interesting. And this high pressure system is going to kind of aid it a little bit. So it actually might actually go through the center right here of the United States. And it will. Wow, look at that. By the end of next week, we get a big high pressure system. Big low. That'll move up. All right, I like that from the Euro. That's pretty plausible. And then the potential for another. Oh yeah, the end of March to beginning of April is going to be active. End of March to the beginning of April is going to be pretty active. All right, let's take a look at dew points. Let's see. So that stuff over there, that's a lot of cold, dry air. That's a lot of dry air in general. A lot of dry air for the majority of the United States. That'll be the end of next week. Boom. Yeah, that could be a pretty, large swath of severe weather across the board. Yep. Yep. Wouldn't be surprised with that. Ouch. See, I'm thinking the end of next week, sometime Thursday or Friday. Because it just goes boom. Interesting. I don't think low-level jet's going to be that much of an issue with this event, but we're going to take a look at the low-level jet anyways. That's overnight. Yeah, low-level jet's not going to be an issue. Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, so severe weather on Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday and Thursday is what we probably could get it. Wednesday and Thursday. Something in my eye. Jeez. I'll probably have a video out on Saturday, if anything. Because tomorrow I'm pretty packed. Saturday, not as much. And then who knows if I can live stream on Wednesday, because on Wednesday I actually have something that I cannot miss. So hopefully nothing happens on Wednesday. If not, Morgan's going to have to cover for me. I might appear for like a little bit. Yeah, so Wednesday or Thursday. Maybe both. You're going to Houghton, Michigan this weekend. Saw gale force winds forecasted. Can I tell you what to expect? Yeah, sure. Great Lakes is right there. Surface wind gusts. So it'll start Friday morning. You can see massive wind gust potential across the board Friday morning. That'll continue all the way through. So gusts at about 25 to 30. There's Saturday morning. And that is, especially over here in Buffalo, 60 mile per hour wind gusts possible over there in Buffalo. That's crazy. Otherwise, everywhere else, it's pretty much 30 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts. And then Sunday, it starts to move up further. So it'll be Friday as the appetizer. Saturday, it's going to be its strongest. And then Sunday, it'll be pretty... I mean, it'll be all right for the most part. Ooh. Excuse me. Can I check the winter probabilities for the 21st and the 22nd? I can. Let's see. Just take a look and see the general. 21st and 22nd. Definitely not the 21st. 22nd, maybe. Depends upon how quickly that system will move on through. It'll be cold regardless, but... There's your yacht club. Fight club thing. Yeah, man, these storms are just... bleh. Storm near Colleen just straight up said, I'm not functioning anymore. Yeah, my thing here, Chad, is that if this isn't already producing tornadoes, it probably won't. How about Minnesota? Good question. Good question. Midwest. Upper Midwest. Because I know you live in Minnie. So we shall do that. Snow, and more snow overnight tonight. More snow tomorrow or Saturday morning. Because yes. That doesn't make any sense there. And then you got the potential for another storm to move on through. So it's the same time frame as the severe weather that I said earlier on. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, when there could potentially be some something of the sort to move on through. So, will it be bad in Searcy, Arkansas? Nope. Y'all are gonna be okay. You're gonna be alright. A-okay. So much for the today could go moderate risk. Who said that? Who said that today should go moderate? What is it with everyone's obsession with going to a moderate risk? Stop. Will there be anything severe tonight in White House, Texas? Yes, it'll be just damaging winds for the most part. Could be a tornado, but I don't think about it too much. I really don't think so. But yes, there could be severe weather. Strong damaging winds. So. No, go away. So, honestly, chat, I think I might want to end the stream here. I know there's still storms that are kind of moving about, but they're just like, they're not. Let's put it this way, all right? I've been very displeased with these storms in regards to what the models have said. And now since I know the mode of the severe weather, I'm just like, ugh. Not very nice. Okay, so now Reno, you guys are fine. Watch out for the middle of next week, though. I'll be uploading a video on Saturday to kind of tell you guys more about that. All right, I have a Discord server. Actually, let's just start out simple by saying I have a Discord account. If you want to talk on Discord, if you have any questions, or if you just would like to talk to me. I don't bite. I try to help when I can. Keyword when I can. And if you guys would like to join the Discord server, link is in the chat. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. I kind of have a little bit of a headache. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I might lay down. But thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy this live stream, please be sure to leave a like. Subscribe if you are new. Turn on notifications. Share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. Hopefully I do not pass out. Pray to God. I have definitely failed my tornado track challenge today. Hate capping inversion. Capping inversion sucks. But yeah. That sounds about it. Any final questions? Probably not. Would it help if I turn this light off? That actually does help it. I'm not gonna lie. My eye is not burning. But yeah, I'll try not to die. I'll try not. All right. Take luck. Thank you all. I'm gonna go to bed, or I'm gonna lay down, or I'm gonna relax of some sort. So I'll catch you guys on Saturday for my recorded videos. Peace out.